Okay, the time being 5 o'clock and this being Plymouth Select Board, I will call to order this, the first portion of the Tuesday, September 5th, 2023 meeting of the Plymouth Select Board. The Select Board will hold an executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Clause 6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. If the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body, we will be covering 158 Center Hill Road lease and 30 Town Wharf lease. The Select Board will also be holding an executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Clause 7, to comply with or act under the authority of any general or special law or federal grant and aid requirement, and will reconvene in open session at the conclusion of executive session. We will be approving executive session minutes for March 28th, 2023 and April 18th, 2023. Do I have a motion to go into executive session to cover these two matters that are permitted for our executive session?
Motion.
Mr. Helm has moved.
I'll second.
Mr. Bletzer has seconded. Any discussion about whether or not the Select Board should go into executive session? Hearing and seeing none, I will go through the roll. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So we will go into executive session. We will convene back in open session at the conclusion of the executive. Thank you. The time being 6:28 p.m. and this being the Plymouth Select Board, I will call to order at this time the Tuesday, September 5th, 2023 meeting of Plymouth Select Board. Please join the board for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, this meeting of the Plymouth Select Board is happening in a hybrid format. We have members of the board joining us physically at Town Hall here at 26 Court Street in the Great Hall. We have one member of the board that may be joining us in a hybrid format over Zoom. We are working on a technical issue with that, and we will see what the resolution is. But members of the public who wish to view this meeting or participate in it are welcome to come to 26 Court Street to the Town Hall in the Great Hall and watch us here or participate here at public comment in that section of our agenda. Or you may log on to Zoom and participate there by watching us on Zoom or by participating in public comment on Zoom. Our Zoom login information is included on our agenda, and this meeting is being conducted pursuant to changes made to the open meeting law in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. All right, so that brings us into our agenda proper. We are going first and foremost into a public hearing. We have, one moment. Read the notice into the record. In accordance with Chapter 138 of the Massachusetts General Laws as amended, notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held at the Plymouth Town Hall, 26 Court Street, on Tuesday, September 5th at 2023 at 6 p.m. to consider the application for an annual all-alcohol restaurant license from K. Katie's Incorporated, doing business as P. Papa's Pizza Bar, 38 Main Street Extension, Plymouth. Amy Hurst, manager. Description of premises is as follows: single floor with kitchen, dining room, and bar. Additional seating outside on the sidewalk against the building. Handicap accessible men and ladies restrooms, as well as a staff restroom. One entrance and 3 exits. Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter should plan to attend this meeting. All right, I will declare the public hearing open at this time. Do we have anyone here to speak on behalf of the application? Please come to the microphone and identify yourself when you arrive. Yes, please.
I'm Keith Stiting, the owner of Katie's Burger Bars. I want to apologize. I missed the last meeting. I was in the hospital for a couple of days with Lyme disease. Perfect for the area. Anyway, what we're trying to do is, if everybody knows, we're moving the Main Street location over to the new Papagino's building. I don't know if everybody's seen it. which is, I think is fantastic, because that new location has 50 parking spots, which which is good for most people. They don't want to walk 15 minutes for a burger, so drive in and join the place. So, but anyway, over in 38 Main Street, we have a lease on the facility. We don't own it. The Unity Club owns the facility over there, so we have a lease for another 2 years, and then I have an extension for another 10. So what we're going to do is we want to convert it into a bar pizza style pizza, like a Poopsies. Everybody knows Poopsies, Linwood and Venus, where you can sit there and have a drink and enjoy it. We're not doing, all we're doing is moving. We left the equipment there, the tables are there, the seats are there. We might paint it differently and get a pizza oven, and that's it. We may add, so we'll do the same thing. We'll replace some burgers with pizzas. I mean, the same people, same everything. So that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, I believe we are joined at this time, if I could, one moment, by member of the board, Richard Quintal, our chair. Mr. Quintal, can you hear us?
Yes, Kevin, thank you.
All right, would you like me to continue chairing, or would you like to take the gavel from me?
No, you know what, go right ahead, Kevin. It's easier for you, you're sitting right there.
All right, thank you, Dick, I appreciate that. All right, so the record will reflect that Mr. Quintal has joined us at 6:33 PM. Thank you to the applicant for that introduction. Do we have any questions from the board for the applicant? Mr. Helm?
Thank you for coming in, by the way.
You're
Sorry
welcome.
for your reason for missing the last one.
I'm 100%
It's a
better.
good reason, though,
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
not a good reason. On the drawing that we have in our materials, okay, I don't know if you've seen it or not. but
Yeah,
this
that's a-
one,
yes, yeah.
Okay, it has black lines through that addition that you all put on. You know, you took over the space next door a
Yes,
few
yeah,
years ago.
yes.
They're black marker line. Are you,
Yeah, what we did is they wanted a layout of the seating, so there's no seating on that side, so I kind of crossed that out. So I
Okay.
could just show the seating.
okay,
for-
but the kitchen's going to stay
Oh, yeah,
where the
yeah,
kitchen
everything's the
is?
same,
That's
everything.
going to be
Yeah,
part of
everything's the
it?
same, yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
are you still going to have like the pickup?
Yes.
In that, through
Yes,
that
yes.
doorway on that side?
Yes.
Okay,
The only thing we're not, we won't deliver, again, as everybody knows, there's a pizza place beside it called Stevie's Pizza. And we've talked to them, they're happy as can be, because they're a Greek style, and they kind of take care of the Brazilian type, location, so, but they're happy because they think we're gonna draw in people. So we're not gonna do, delivery at all, because I don't wanna, go into their territory, but we'll do Uber and, Grubhub and all that stuff. But yes, we will have that area,
okay,
yes.
thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Bletzer?
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good.
First of all, great job over on Samoset Street.
Well, thank you.
I've been watching, I've been in there a few times,
It looks good, yeah.
and all of a sudden, when you stand at the outside, it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see you get open there. So basically, we transferred Katie's license over to Samoset Street.
Yes, yeah, we went through
You're
that.
applying for, so you're keeping the same, you're keeping the lease on the other building, 2 + 10,
Mm-hmm.
and you want to change your concept to a pizza bar, but you need a liquor license.
Yes.
So we're giving you an all-alcohol liquor license, so
Yes.
that's what you're here for.
Yeah, yeah.
To get
yeah,
a liquor license
Yeah, so
for
we
Papa's
transferred.
Pizza Bar.
Yeah, we transferred, the one we had here, we had to go through the
That's-
license,
Yeah,
you know.
that's all done.
Yeah, that's done.
So you're not open now?
Oh, no, no.
No. So you're waiting to get a new license,
Yes,
the pizza bar,
yes,
and you're asking for, looks like you need a common victualler, the group 1 with radio and TV, a 1 o'clock license, and you want the early.
yeah.
There's no entertainment license.
No, no, we're not gonna do any.
And no outside, nothing outside.
Well, I think we applied for the outdoor seating, which in front of the sidewalk.
Right.
But I'm finding out that the town may not do that next year.
Yeah, I
so-
was going to say that,
So in that case, we would probably apply for the, on the street, whatever that's called.
right.
But we
And that's-
weren't gonna do it, we were just gonna use the outside seating.
But at
But,
the time, that's not before us right now.
yeah, okay,
Right, okay, so that's clear.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
Okay, great.
and then obviously we can't open, I anticipate that being sometime November, I mean,
Right.
over there, so. You know, we'd obviously have to have the license for this, that
You
first.
can't open until you get the license.
That's right.
Well, you could, but you could probably only sell pizza.
I'll learn how to cook it.
Right. All right, so, all right, great, good luck.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any other members of the board? All right. Do we have anyone here to speak in favor of this application, other than obviously the applicant? See no one in person. Anthony, anyone online? Seeing none. Do we have anyone here to speak in opposition of this application? Seeing none in person. Anthony, do we have anybody online? All right. If there are no other questions from the board, there are not, I can close the hearing. We have associated licenses that are requested, common victular, comprehensive entertainment, group 1, radio, TV, extension of hours, 1 a.m., early Sunday sales at 10 a.m. We could do separate motions for the annual all alcohol and then do the other ones as a group, or we could have one motion to do all of them together. Pleasure of the board. Mr. Bletzer?
I'd make a motion to approve everything together.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Mr. Bletzer. It has been seconded by Mr. Mahoney. Any discussion? Mr. Helm?
I just want to make sure that we are not voting for that outdoor component.
You are not.
We are not. Okay.
Any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will call for the vote. Once again, alphabetically through the roll. Yes, no, or abstain when I reach your name. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote as to this?
I vote
license?
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
And myself, yes. It is unanimous. Thank you and
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Can I have a quick question? That is, since that outside seating now is not included, so I just apply next year when it comes around next year?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
You'll go through the same process you did.
Okay.
Mr. Helm, would you?
Yeah, you'll be notified.
That
Okay.
you'll be notified. That process next year has not been determined.
Okay.
It may be totally different
All right.
than it has been during COVID or the last 2 years. And it, most likely, if it is different, it will involve application to the ABC.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us into licenses and administrative notes. First, we have a number of licenses from PCO Hope, Plymouth Public Library Foundation, Stellwagen Beer Company, and Second Wind Brewing Company. Do we have any questions from the board as to any of these?
I'll move those four as a group.
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Mahoney has moved the licenses as a group. Mr. Bletzer has seconded. Any discussion from the board as to whether or not we should approve these licenses? Hearing and...
I have one.
Yes, Mr. Quintal.
The Second Wind Brewing, on the Holmes Field reservation, what is that about?
That's Stellwagen Beer Company at Holmes. Do we have anyone from Stellwagen Beer Company present? Does anyone have any further information, town manager perhaps, on this specific request?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bletzer?
I looked into that, I talked with Lisa about that, and it's the Holmesfield Reservation Committee is putting this event on for the Field of Dreams, which is it's a nonprofit, I think it's some kind of children's benefit, I believe, and, but it's the reservation folks that are involved with doing this. So, because I asked a question, it's not town property. It's in control of this reservation, and they're the folks that are putting it on. So, because I was concerned it was a Marshfield company that was doing the beer, I asked about why is it not a local, local company like Second Wind or Mayflower or somebody local, but but it's their event, so we have no control on that. So, anyway, I was satisfied after talking with the license, Lisa Johnson, I was satisfied with it.
Mr. Quintel, any other questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Helm?
Dick, while Charlie was talking, I looked it up. It's online, so I Googled it. It's Holmes Reservation, partnership with an art collective. It will be a art installation, fall craft fair, fun activities. For instance, get an autumn temporary tattoo or have your face painted, live music, grab food at a food truck, sip beer from Stellwagen Beer Company, and have a picnic on a peaceful field overlooking the beach.
Thank you, Mr. Helm. Any other questions from any members of the board as to any of these permits? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote, once again alphabetically through the roll. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mr. Quintel?
Yes,
And I also vote yes. So it is unanimous. We have approved those 4 permits. That brings us into the next section of our agenda, that being administrative notes. We have a total of 18 administrative notes listed on the agenda. First and foremost are a number of meeting minutes. Does anybody have any questions on any of the administrative notes or anything they would like to add, edit, alter, or otherwise change in regards to any of the meeting minutes that are proposed to be approved? Hearing and seeing none. I will say that I, having joined the board on May 22nd was my first meeting of 2023. So the meetings prior to that, I would be abstaining from. I was also absent for the August 8th meeting because Derek and I were in Shishigahama, Japan, about to embark on our 18-hour return journey. So I was not present for that. So I would prefer to take 1 through 7 and 10 separately. Does anybody else have any meeting minutes that they need to abstain from that would require further subdivision? All right, seeing none, do I have a motion to approve administrative notes 1 through 7 and 10?
Motion.
All right, it's been moved by Mr. Helm. Any second?
Second.
And seconded by Mr. Mahoney. Any discussion as to whether or not we should approve administrative notes 1 through 7 and 10? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
yes,
And I abstain. All right, so we have approved administrative notes 1 through 7 and 10. That brings us to the remainder of the administrative notes, those being administrative note 8 through 18, with the exception of administrative note 10. Do I have a motion for those administrative?
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Bletzer has moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Mahoney has seconded. Has been moved, it has been seconded. Any discussion as to whether or not we should approve administrative notes 8 through 18 with the exception of 10, which has already been approved? Hearing in, Mr. Helm?
Just really quickly, just for the town manager. Number 18, the proposed amendment to the Personnel Code is only the changing of the word Director of Health and Human Services to Commissioner of Health and Human Services.
Yes, that is one of the proposed
Oh,
changes.
okay, I see there's also the change, this is just change of titles. For Deputy Director of Public Works to Assistant Deputy Director to Deputy
So we have an
Director.
assistant deputy director,
Okay.
we're changing it to a deputy.
These are just a
sorry,
couple,
assistant
just a
DPW
couple
director. This is-
title changes, right?
Right, that's right.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And one of the positions, Deputy Director of Public Works, is going from an EM8 to an
Right,
EM9,
okay, yeah.
right?
That's right.
But other than that.
Yeah.
All right, any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote as to administrative notes 8 through 18 with the exception of 10?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
And myself, yes. It is unanimous. All right, that brings us past that into our host community agreement from Hidden Wonders LLC. We have anyone, I see we've been joined on the Zoom. Are you here for this particular item?
Host community.
We have Scott Rubin
Scott Rubin?
via Zoom.
All right, you have the floor. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. Attorney Scott Rubin here on behalf of Hidden Wonders LLC. I'm here behind me in my office here with Paul Marion. He's the principal of this proposed new licensee for what we hope to be a retail and manufacturing marijuana facility at 27 Robert J. Way, Unit 1 in Plymouth. My client has been working extensively with the town attorney, along with Steve Suda, who was the principal in the existing project. He had a host community agreement, had received approvals from the zoning board for a special permit to locate what was to be a larger complex. Was going to include cultivation, manufacturing, and retail at one time. He decided some time ago, actually, I believe he obtained his special permit back in August of 2022, and had decided that he wanted to move in a different direction. Mr. Marion has entered into an agreement to transfer that host community agreement to him. Obviously, one of the stipulations of his special permit was that any change of ownership more than 50% would require further approval from both the zoning board and from the select board. And so we have worked extensively with the town manager's office as well as town council to come up with what we think is a fair draft of the host community agreement. My client has signed it. We hope that this will be the first of several steps on the way to this project, which my client, again, has extensive experience in marijuana retail. He currently owns and operates a location here in Brockton, where my office is located. Has been doing that for over 2 years, 2.5 years now, very successfully, and wishes to bring that experience to Plymouth. We provided a letter to the select board, as well as sort of an outline of the security and business plan. We essentially have adopted what this board has previously approved and what the zoning board has approved, with only modifications would be that we're reducing this project by about 50%. The original project included both unit 1 and 2. We're reducing it down to unit 1, and we're dropping the cultivation end of this project as well. I think Mr. Marion's a good fit for Plymouth. Again, he has extensive experience, has been one of the longest operators in the city of Brockton with his current location, runs it impeccably, and seeks to be a good neighbor in the town of Plymouth. And with that, we certainly would entertain any questions that the board has relative to either his experience or this particular project.
All right, thank you, Attorney Rubin. Any questions from any members of the board?
No.
Seeing and hearing none,
I just have a comment.
a comment. Okay, would you like to make a motion first so we can get into discussion?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we approve this.
All right, anyone care to second?
Second.
Has been moved by Mr. Bletzer, seconded by Mr. Helm, that we approve the host community agreement. And Mr. Bletzer, you had discussion?
Yeah, I just have some comments about, I was in business in Brockton, and I was lucky enough to meet the Marion family, and I can tell you they are probably one of the most reputable families in Brockton. And I met him several years ago. And when I heard he was coming to Plymouth with this project, I was excited because I know what Plymouth is getting. They're getting somebody that is reputable, honest. We're not going to have, I know that legalization of marijuana has been kind of controversial, but I know that they're going to follow the rules, right to the T. And I can tell you, I know they're going to be good community leaders. And I know they'll get involved in the community because that's what they do. That's the kind of people these folks are. So I just want to let Plymouth know that this is a great family, and it's going to be it's going to be a very reputable business in Plymouth. So I'm all for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bletzer. Any other discussion from any members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Once again, Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
And myself, yes. It is unanimous. Thank you, Attorney Rubin. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
That brings us into the next portion of our agenda is commercial shellfish license requests. Say that 3 times fast. We have a maximum of 5 licenses for a trial basis until December 31st. The named would-be licensees are on the agenda, and we are joined by Mr. Chad Hunter, Harbor Master. Mr. Hunter.
Thank you for the introduction and good evening. So just want to quickly discuss the 5 commercial razor licenses that you have before you. If you remember in early April, I was here before the board to amend the Town of Plymouth shellfish regulations to include provisions for commercial shellfish harvest. Initially, it was just for mussels, but we also added provisions in there to allow for other species, including razor licenses. We had some discussions with all of the 5 listed applicants, even going back to 2018, right before we had an FDA wastewater dye study in the harbor. We kind of put it on the shelf until we got through that process because we weren't sure if any of the classification areas would change after that dye study. Last winter, Dave Hobson inquired about commercial razors as well, and he sort of pulled that off the shelf, and we started to talk with not only Dave, but Michael Withington, Sean Withington, Don Wilkinson, and Ralph Savory again to see if we could get this off the ground and up and running. Commercial razor clam harvest, it's not a full-time job, but it gives these individuals the ability to diversify a little bit. 3 of the applicants are aquaculture growers. They have farms, they raise oysters, and they're looking to do this to diversify a little bit. And Dave Hobson's also a lobsterman and a commercial charter boat operator as well. So he's looking to maybe do this in the off-season as well. Razor clams, they're not typically targeted recreationally. So usually people are looking for surf clams, soft shells, quahogs. So this is one species that, we don't want to impact the recreational fishery that we have. And I think we can do so and not sort of take away from that. Plymouth has very limited areas that are open and approved to shell fishing, so we want to make sure we strike that balance between recreational and commercial. The licenses, if approved, they will be active till December 31st, 2023. The commercial license fee established for the commercial mussel was $300 annual for residents, $500 for non-residents. All of the applicants are residents, and I would recommend that we keep these commercial razor clams resident-only fishery. The license would allow them to dig up to 4 bushels, which is about 40 quarts per bushel per day, in shellfish classification areas that are listed as approved or conditionally approved per the Division of Marine Fisheries shellfish classification areas. Minimum size of the razor clam is 4.5 inches. And I think we do have two of the applicants here. If you had any questions for them or myself, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hunter? Mr. Blitzer?
Hey, Chad, how you doing? They have a question. What do you do with the razor clams?
So they would sell them for market, and I think as we see in a lot of the other fisheries, people are starting to get clever and work with species that were not necessarily dishes that you would expect to find in a restaurant. I can tell you, like redfish and some of the fish that used to be bycatch, they're actually, looking to utilize those species because there's not the limitations on them like cod or haddock. So this is very similar to that. I know of some of the Boston restaurants have started, using razor clams in ways that wouldn't necessarily have been done in the past. And I think that's, partly there's a bit of an abundance there. And, they're trying to use a food source that people might have used for bait years ago.
But that's because that's what I thought it was, so.
Yep,
I
yeah.
used to use that for bait, yeah.
I've heard of people using them in chowder,
Yeah.
but like I said, they're
They're tough, aren't they?
they're kind of using them in different ways, and I guess if you get a good chef, you can do just about anything.
Well, I remember years ago, mussels.
Right.
Nobody ate mussels.
Yeah.
They were plentiful, and it's, so, yeah, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We used to feed prisoners lobster. Mr. Mahoney?
Chad, so you're issuing these licenses on a trial basis to see if Plymouth has enough razor clam stock to support a sustainable commercial harvest. So you don't know that, right? We don't know that now.
I think we have a pretty good indication that there's some limited areas that would support commercial. It really depends on the frequency. I mean, obviously, you have to pick your weather, you have to pick your tides. These guys obviously have to have a market for razor clams as well, where, that can be the limiting factor, and that's what we've seen on the mussel side, too. If nobody's willing to buy the mussels, you're not going out to harvest them. So the same applies here with the razor clams. So it's going to...
So why are we only going right now with a less than 4-month experimental timeframe?
I think the fall is a pretty good time to be out there shellfishing, and, ultimately, I think it gives them the ability to kind of jumpstart this and see where we are. I would say probably at the end of the calendar year, we take a look at, obviously talk to the commercial harvesters, see what they've found, what they're running into.
Are they required to keep like a logbook of how much they catch or when they catch it?
Yep, so they do have to report monthly their landings, so whatever they dig and harvest would be reported back to the town. There's also state forms that they have to file, so I'm not going to be necessarily picky about that. We could ultimately just adopt that and use those forms. But we would have sort of a track record as to how the harvest is going, and then obviously get some feedback from the harvesters as well.
So who's the ultimate decision maker with respect to it is sustainable and we will continue with this in '24 and beyond?
So as the shellfish constable for the town, that's my other hat that I wear. And obviously the board has the authority to issue these licenses. I think that's a consensus that we come to when these guys are up for renewal in '24.
So the next license, if we deem it sustainable and we move forward, is the next license going to be for the calendar year of '24?
Correct. Yeah, we were trying to keep all the commercial licenses on the calendar year, so everybody would expire.
In the same, in the same fee of $300?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the board? If no one else does, Chad, you mentioned, what's the amount that they can take? Is it a daily amount or a weekly amount?
Daily amount, and they're allowed 4 quarts per day.
So 10 gallons?
Yes, I looked at a couple of, what does a bushel look like, 4 bushels? So a bushel basket is almost like a smaller size, like laundry basket. You'll see them on fishing boats quite a bit. Apples and things they put in bushels.
Yep.
So, yeah, and my understanding was it was about 40 quarts per bushel.
and as many razor clams as they can fill into that volume,
Yes.
they
Yep.
can keep. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions before I solicit a motion? Hearing and seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the licenses as listed? Mr. Mahoney has moved.
Second.
Mr. Helm has seconded. Any discussion as to whether or not we should approve these licenses as presented? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you.
That brings us into the next item on our agenda, that being the Municipal Aggregation Program presentation. We are joined by Patrick Farah, Energy Officer. Mr. Farah.
Good evening. So I'd like to just kind of go over very briefly Plymouth's Community Choice Power Supply Program. So simply stated, it is a program where the state allows municipalities the opportunity to hire a consultant to go shopping on behalf of that municipality to look for the best pricing or most stable pricing for residents and small businesses for their electric supply. This has nothing to do with transmission and delivery. That is utility-owned, and that's where they make their money. So, real quick, just where we are right now, we are finishing up our second 3-year contract. It is with Dynegy. We're at 9.807 cents per kilowatt hour. This contract will expire October 1st of this year. Residents are encouraged to look at the Energy Switch website. Just put energyswitch.com or .gov and just Google it, and you'll see it, and it'll show you all the different companies and the pricing, what they have for this area. So from the start of our contract, our second contract, through the first quarter of 2023, we've averaged about 23,338 meters. That's per month. So the vast majority of residents are on Plymouth's program. And you could see the pie chart showing between residential, commercial, industrial, streetlights. And since the first contract, which started in October 2017 through March of this year, the community has enjoyed a $30+ million savings. Now, this is not through the municipality. This is for all residents and small businesses. So we've been one of the most successful towns with this program in the state. All right, so where are we going? As of July of this year through December of 2023, Eversource basic rate for supply is 16.0 cents per kilowatt hour. For those who don't know, Eversource goes out every 6 months to look for pricing, advertises it in late November, early December for the January through end of June time period, and then goes ahead and advertises their summer rate. That's their winter rate, and then the summer rate starts on July 1st, and usually they're advertising around end of May or early June. So for this 6-month period, we're at 16.07 cents per kilowatt hour for basic service. As of October 1st of this year, Plymouth will be entering into a new contract with Constellation New Energy. It's a 24-month contract, and unfortunately, the price is going up from 9.807 to 14.813 cents per kilowatt hour. However, if you remember on the previous slide, we're still short or below the 16.07 cents per kilowatt hour. That's basic rate for Eversource. Now, what's also changing is that the town will be offering only one product, and it is a 100% renewable energy product. When we engaged with our consultant, Colonial Energy, they took a look at all the different pricing options, and we went with the lowest price, which is essentially the same for a standard product, which would have a combination of dirty fuel, such as oil, coal, natural gas, and renewable energy sources. So this program for 2 years will offer 100% renewable energy. And as before, residents and small business owners can still opt in or opt out with this new contract with no fees and/or penalties. And this is any time during the contracted period. So if I encourage residents and small business owners to take a look around, go on the Energy Switch website, and if you find a better price, because again, the town does not guarantee the lowest pricing. We try to get a stable price for a period of time and offer real value to the resident and small business owner. One question that has been asked a lot through our office by residents is, what do they have to do with this new contract? And the simple answer is absolutely nothing. If you're on Plymouth's program right now, you will be automatically transferred to the Constellation New Energy contract. There's nothing that you have to do at all. And anyone who's interested in opting in, if you had another third-party contract, or if you were on basic service and you would like to opt in into Plymouth's new contract, or if you found a better price and you want to opt out, simply call Colonial Power, that's our consultant, at 866-485-5858, and you just hit extension 1. And then you ask to either be placed on Plymouth's Community Choice Power Supply Program or opt out. And I'm here to answer any questions, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Farah. Mr. Bletzer, do you have a question for Mr. Farah?
Yeah, Patrick, how you doing? I got something in the mail today about this.
Yes,
I just
you
read
will.
this
Yeah,
today.
it all went out on the 30th.
Can you tell the folks out here and at home how they can look at their bill and see if they're on community choice or not?
Sure thing. So when you receive your bill, a lot of people are now receiving it electronically. Just go to page 2, and everyone's bill will be split up into 2 components, supply charges and delivery transmission. And you take a look under supply charges, and or just to the right of supplier, on that right-hand column, you should see the company that you are receiving your supply from. It'll either say Eversource Basic Service, it'll say Dynegy, or if you have a specific third party that you've already contracted with in the past.
Okay. So if you're on community choice, it will say...
It'll say Dynegy right now, and then you'll see Constellation New Energy next month at that rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Mr. Helm?
Patrick, a question. Now, understand this question is coming from somebody who majored in anthropology, not electrical engineering. How is Constellation, from my understanding of the electric grid, it just fills up and we draw from it. How do they guarantee, if I sign up for this, the electrical flowing into my house is going to be only that from renewable resources?
Through, it's called renewable energy credits. So Constellation purchases huge blocks of renewable or green energy. And then Will the electrons come from the renewable energy source? Maybe, maybe not, a component of it will. However, the purchasing block, and we as residents and small business owners, since we're contracted through that company, they will use that block of energy.
Okay, but that may not be the energy that is flowing into our homes.
The actual electron
Yeah,
flow is not
You
guaranteed.
can't do that. All right. Pretty good for an anthropology major, huh?
Yes. However, just, and you brought up a good point, Mr. Helms, is that the more demand for renewable energy there is, the greater that the industry will react. And we all know, or at least most of us know, that we are in a climate crisis, and we need to move forward and stop using as much fossil fuels as possible. My pitch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farah. Any other questions? Mr. Quintel, your digital hand is raised.
Thank you. Hi, Patrick.
Hello, Mr.
I
Quintel.
have a question on street lights, street lamps, if you will. I see they're on the chart here also, but there's a number of them out. How can we get that corrected, and, you know, how does that work?
Contact my office, contact me, and I will get my 10 best guys on it.
Okay, well, I
So
know on Cherry Street, from the corner there, down to 7-Eleven, if you will, there's 7 that are out. One of them's at the intersection. There's 3 in the industrial park from the P&B garage on the right to the, also to the other intersection. And I only bring it up because I travel it all the time, and it's like, well, you know, they might be busy, they might not have caught them, but I mean, you can't miss it. So if you could start with those, that'd be good. And I'll keep my eyes open, and other residents keep their eyes open.
Excellent. Chairman Quintel, can I reach out to you tomorrow, and you can give me exact
Absolutely.
locations? Thank you.
Anytime. Sure.
All right. Mr. Bledser?
Yeah, Patrick, on that subject, I've heard Chairman Quintel ask that a few times about the street lights. Does anybody monitor them to keep track of what's out and replacing them? I mean, that request has been made at several meetings. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, that's fine.
I just
So
think- I think it's a,
I presented before the board
when we're
the
a
cost.
tourist town, especially in the downtown area, it's very important with the tourists, but he's talking about outlining areas too, that it's important too. So how do we get that under control? It seems like a simple
With repairing
thing.
streetlights?
It seems like a simple thing. If something's out, you address it.
So what the audience needs to know is that the vast majority of the streetlights, all these, what's called a Cobra head, is typical streetlights, the vast majority of them, over 2,600 of them, are owned by Eversource. So if a resident or someone sees it, they need to call or email Eversource. It's a cumbersome operation. So as staff, as a courtesy to the town, I will reach out to Eversource.
So it's Eversource is the issue.
Well, for many of the lights, but not all the lights. We have downtown lights, all the ornamental lights in downtown, the town owns.
Okay,
And whenever there's a problem, DPW is there to react.
okay, all right. Thank you.
But if we, regardless of who owns them, if we reach out to you, you'll fix it one way or the other.
I will do my best.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Farah related to the municipal aggregation or streetlights? All right.
No vote needed.
Do you require? You do not.
And this is just an update to the board and to the audience.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Farah.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right. So that brings us into the next section of our agenda, which is a number of fall town meeting warrant articles that we will be reviewing. First on the list is Article 5, a proposed bylaw amendment related to blight and nuisance or nuisance properties on property. And we have Nick Mayo, Inspectional Services Director, joining us. Mr. Mayo.
Good evening. For those who didn't hear, I'm Nick Mayo, the Director of Inspectional Services. What you see before you is a draft proposal of a nuisance or blight bylaw, if you will. I don't know which term is less abrasive, so they're kind of both in there. This bylaw basically boils down to a consistent issue that a lot of municipalities struggle with, is you have your state jurisdictions that trickle down to designees of the town, say the building commissioner with the state building code, or the zoning act with zoning bylaws, the health director with Title V, and sanitary code regulations, the fire chief and the fire code. Well, a lot of those, pretty much all of those regulations fall short in some fashion of specific things that may happen from time to time in the municipality that cause either a public safety issue or a nuisance or blight that kind of degrades surrounding property values and causes problems in neighborhoods. Well, these types of bylaws, this kind of bylaw isn't, the intent is to fill in those gaps, those gray areas, those shortfalls of the state jurisdictions, as well as to support them. So the way it's written is drafted in a way to do those things, is support those state and jurisdictions that are delegated to local officials, as well as fill in the areas where they might fall a little short.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayo. Any questions from the board for Mr. Mayo in relation to Article 5? Mr. Helm.
Mr. Mayo, in several areas, you mention something called, quote, the enforcement authority. What is the enforcement authority?
That's a great question. In Section 2, enforcement authority is defined. So it's basically boils down to either the Director of Inspectional Services, myself, or anyone I designate out of my office, I think the fire chief and the health director, and any of their designees. So there's some, it's a
Okay.
broad term to allow the town to have a little flexibility.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I missed that in my review. But I do have a question. 137-5 violations. Could you explain that in detail? Not what the violations are, but where it begins if the owner fails to remove such nuisance within the time frame provided, which in 137-4 is 10 days. The enforcement authority may enter the property and remove or cause. Would you explain the cascade of enforcement?
Yes, to an extent. So this is still somewhat of a work in progress, given the community has never had a nuisance blight bylaw before. This is a setup to allow an easier avenue for the town to actually correct a violation. A problem we consistently have in the enforcement world, it's very difficult to actually get a violation corrected. What I mean by that is there's appeal opportunities for anyone who is in violation. A lot of times there's court action that needs to be taken prior to, because the other regulations are not set up for the tolerance for the municipality to simply go in and fix it. This is the start of that avenue to allow the municipality, the enforcement authority, to actually, with a funding source, to actually spend money, correct the violation, and then recoup those expenses. The path to do so, we're still working out with council. It would commonly look like something of the cease and desist will go out in the form of the violation, give you the 10 days. If it's not corrected within the 10 days, another notice would likely be sent out to notify the property owner that on such and such date, the town will rectify the problem. Mind you, all the appeal opportunities here are to a court of competent jurisdiction, so likely anyone who challenged these types of things, or if we chose to take court action in some case, it would likely be housing court, given the majority of the issues that happen around town are with residential properties.
Mr. Helm.
What does our council say about a section in our bylaws that basically says that the town can enter anybody's property and remove or cause to be removed the nuisance, and the owner shall be liable for any expense? Are they okay with that?
As of right now, yes. So there's always a caveat that, people have right to privacy on their property. If they put up a hard no, you're not coming on my property, is the town going to enter the property? Likely no. We'll take court action at that point. But if there's no resistance, the town will remedy. A lot of that is probably going to happen in vacant properties, if you will. If there's unoccupied property, which is most of the properties that have the issues, these types of issues, where they're notified, nobody responds, the town goes in and takes care of the problem, and then they basically lien the property.
So I know you've been working on this for a long time. Sticking on that 137-5. In the other nuisance bylaws that other towns have, do they have this statement that the town can enter the property? Is that a typical
99% of what
statement?
you're reading in front of you comes from another town's bylaw.
Okay, so it's that,
Yeah.
you're saying that comes
Yeah.
from someone else? It exists in other bylaws?
I've never been accused of being a wordsmith. So
Okay,
this
well,
is
no, it's not, I'm
absolutely-
not accusing you of being a wordsmith, I'm just, I'm
Yeah,
not,
yes,
I'm not
this guy-
accusing you of anything. What I'm questioning is, are we putting something in our bylaws that there is no precedent for? Okay, and that we would be out in a frontier of governmental intervention into people's personal property?
Understood, understand the concern that this is, nothing in here is original. This is coming from other communities' bylaws.
Thank you.
Mr. Bletzer?
Nick, so let me ask you a question. So we have a building that's vacant, that's an eyesore, that's a blight on the, in the neighborhood, and it's dangerous. So we're able to go in, this bylaw will be able to get that building taken down. And how does that process work?
Great question. In an ideal world, yes. So this is where, say, the building code falls short of property maintenance, if you will. When there's an unsafe situation, an unsafe structure in the building code is really only something that's open to the weather at grade level or really severely damaged in some fashion, and it's still open. This kind of can bring it one step further in something that you're describing. Again, the process doesn't necessarily change. It's a cease and desist that goes out to remedy that nuisance. They have 10 days to remedy it. If they don't, a further notice will likely go out that the town's going to go in and take care of the problem. We have a vendor line up, we take care of the problem, and we lien the property.
So we put a lien on the property to get paid back?
That's typically how the municipality recoups expenses in these situations.
Right. Okay. So we have, even though we have the situation, we have a couple of buildings that I know of that, I always heard, well, the owner pays his taxes, so we can't do anything with that building. I've heard that for years. So this bylaw is being created so we can deal with buildings such as that.
Yeah, this bylaw isn't, the intent of this bylaw isn't to...
Whether they pay taxes or not,
Yeah,
we'll
it's,
still be able to make them take their building down or redo the building.
yeah, it's not to give the average property owner a hard time. These are situations where it's well past gone, people are not taking care of something they really need to take care of, and it's actually causing, the neighborhood an actual nuisance.
Well, I just want, I want town meeting to know that it's a problem we've had, and we've not been able to alleviate that problem because they're paying taxes. So, and I know we had a problem in North Plymouth with the building that, actually, it's still a hole in the ground now, and that hasn't been remedied either. So can we do something with situations like that? If it's buildings taken down and it's still an eyesore to the neighborhood, is there something we can do? Will this bylaw help correct that,
I think so.
make them improve their property? Okay.
Mr. Helm?
Mr. Mayo, given Mr. Bletzer's questions, I'm just going to be very direct in this question. In your estimation, since you've been working on this for quite some time, and I'm sure in your mind, certain properties around town have come into mind, how will this impact Burt's? Because I'm sure everybody who's listening right now is wondering, what about Burt's?
I was wondering how long that was going to take to come up. This would have a direct impact on Burt's.
How so?
I would imagine that that building would be ordered to the ground and cleaned up. Their alternative is to improve the property.
Mr. Brandesi, did you have something to add?
Really nothing to that last question. What I wanted to add was to Mr. Blitz's question about paying property taxes. The only thing by paying your property taxes prevents the town from doing is taking your property. If you don't pay your taxes, the town can take your property through tax title. But just because you pay your property taxes, that doesn't give you the privilege or allow you to allow your property to fall in disrepair. And this bylaw is to get at those properties in which the property owners have been irresponsible and they've allowed their properties to fall into disrepair, and it's created a nuisance and a blight into that neighborhood. And Burt's would be one of a few.
So if I can reiterate, so
Mr.
this.
Blitzer?
Thank you. So if I can reiterate, this bylaw is a long time coming. We need this bylaw.
Sure.
I mean, I don't have to convince you, you're bringing it forward.
I can answer that one. There's no doubt. This bylaw should have taken place many years ago. There's dozens and dozens of municipalities that have similar bylaws that have been remedying the blights in the neighborhoods, primarily for what happened after the real estate bubble burst. These bylaws are really, I think, became their own right after that, because we were starting to see a lot of properties, because the fallout of the mortgage crisis, a lot of neighborhoods, and especially in city areas, were falling into disrepair because of unkept properties. And so, I would say we're probably 10 years behind the 8 ball on this one, but here we are, and we're happy to move forward.
Just to add, which is just as important as the funding source. So the ability for the town to go in and take care of these problems and funding to do so is important. So the budget amendment that you'll see our finance director look for in the town meeting coming up with inspectional services is the funding source directly correlated with this, and so.
Mr. Mahoney?
So I fully support this. This is long overdue. This is a tool that government needs to, attack some of these issues in the community. The aforementioned property that Mr. Helm mentioned, we can all mention another half a dozen, but this is long overdue, and I fully support it.
All right, any other questions from any members of the board? Anthony, does Dick have a question by any? I can't see him because the screen's up. Okay. If I can't see him, I'll look to you. All right, thank you. I have a question, if no one else does. To remove a building, 10 days seems ambitious. Has that been considered? Some of the other things that are easier to fix, a week and a half isn't that bad, but to safely remove, for example, that building in North Plymouth that we're considering, removing that within 10 days' notice would be an undertaking, I would imagine, at least to do it safely. You could probably do it in the middle of the night at a very dangerous rate, but I'm assuming we don't want to do that. So are other municipalities, is 10 days what they're putting for buildings? How is that working out? And has there been any talk about having it for some be 10 days and having it for some more serious things be longer? Can you opine as to that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the feedback I've gotten from council consistently over the years with any enforcement authority, including something like this, is there's always some form of discretion. And every situation's a little different. So someone who has the enforcement authority does have the discretion to either shorten or extend a timeline like that in order to make it feasible to comply. So remember that the goal of any ordinance, bylaw, code is compliance. So as long as you have, most of the time, a willing party, which is actually common when somebody gets pushed with a violation, they want to actually comply, and sometimes a longer timeline for it to become feasible is necessary. And that's always an opportunity. If somebody does not want to comply, I could make a few phone calls and have a building like Bert's down to the ground in no time. It's not that hard.
Okay. That's comforting. So is there any value in having something like that in the bylaw spelled out so that people are aware of what the process would be if they get one of these notices?
Well, just like any other general bylaw, we can add, I'm happy to add language in there if you feel it's necessary. There's always appeal opportunities. So any of these general bylaws, the appeal opportunity is to the court of most competent jurisdiction. In most cases, it's going to be housing court, or it'll be district court. So,
Okay. All right,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Bletzer.
If I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the 10 days might be for a reply. They can talk to their lawyer or whatever and get back and say, I'm going to do it or I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I think I think that's what the 10 days may be for. But, you definitely want a quick answer. Either you're going to do it or you're not going to do it, and then you can make arrangements. So that's what I believe, but I would talk to legal counsel and see how it should be worded, see how other towns do it. So.
Yeah, and the reason for my question, Mr. Bletzer, is 137-4 has a sentence, "The enforcement authority shall declare the property a public nuisance and order the property owner to remove the nuisance within 10 days
Right.
after service of the notice of the violation."
It seems pretty quick, too, to me, but
Right.
I think it may be, you may want to word it a little differently, but you definitely want to know quickly either they're going to do it or not. So I would think you may be in, if somebody doesn't want to do it, you may be in court, they may get an injunction or something. I don't know, so, but
and if I can just add.
I would have legal counsel look at the other towns and then word it,
Yep, and if I can just add, so the intent here is to basically have vendors set up for these types of situations. So with the town, so there's most likely a go-to contractor, if you will, or a few of them that are available in whatever situation to remedy these issues. So we're already working on that end of it. So when it comes to something that needs to be demolished or cleaned up, there are the proper people who have the equipment, they have the means and the manpower, the labor to just remedy it and deal with it quickly.
Well, certainly we can't go years like we've been doing now, so
Yeah.
we got to get some of these buildings taken care of. But anyway,
Okay. Any other questions from any other members? All right, seeing none. Mr. Bletzer, would you care to make a motion?
I'd love to make the motion to approve Article 5.
So this would be a motion to include Article 5 on the warrant for the October 2023 town meeting. Anyone care to second? And Mr. Quintal has seconded. Any discussion from any members of the board as to whether or not Article 5 should be included on the warrant for the October 2023 town meeting? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Bletzer.
I vote yes.
Mr. Helm.
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney.
Yes.
Mr. Quintal.
Yes.
And myself, yes. It is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings us into Article 6, Bylaw Amendment, striking General Bylaw, Chapter 166. Once again, Nick Mayo, Inspectional Services Director.
So as directed in the previous year to clean up and take a look at some old bylaws and policies of the town, this is an old bylaw that was drafted back prior to the jurisdiction of the building code over pools. So this bylaw is quite outdated. I don't know if you have the backup from town council for this. You do? Okay. So they explain it in a little bit of a different way, but this is somewhat preempted by the building code at this point. So the building code, for safety provisions, is the authority over barriers around pools. So it basically renders this pool bylaw a moot point. and it's not needed, needs to be deleted, just to clean up.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Mayo? Hearing, okay, hearing and seeing none. We have a motion to include Article 6 on the October 23 town meeting warrant.
Second.
Mr. Mahoney has moved, Mr. Helm has seconded that Article 6 be included in the October 2023 town meeting warrant. Any discussion from any members of the board as to whether it should be so included? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Bletzer.
Yes.
Mr. Helm.
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney.
Yes.
Mr. Quintal.
Yes.
And myself, yes, it is unanimous. Thank you again, Mr. Mayo. All right, that brings us to the next article on our agenda, that being Article 9A, an article from the Community Preservation Committee related to housing in regards to Habitat for Humanity and a project with them. You're joined by Bill Cohan, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Bill, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Bill Cohan with the Community Preservation Committee. The committee is presenting to Fall Town Meeting 2023 a series of recommendations starting with Article 9A. Article 9A is a affordable housing request of the CPA fund. The applicant came through Habitat for Humanity for Greater Plymouth. We have worked with this organization over the years at different points in time on different projects. They have acquired a property. They were able to acquire that property by partnering with the town of Plymouth and the Office of Community Development to secure the funding necessary to acquire the building. Now they're moving to work their model of pro bono work, volunteerism around constructing this unit. The funding source that we're partnering with is a community block grant, which is something the town has to apply for, and then the Habitat for Humanity works with the Office of Community Development. So the committee was impressed with this partnership that was put together in advance of our consideration. It is a renovation of a three-bedroom, single-family home. So at different times, you'll see recommendations at town meeting to utilize the CPA funds for affordable housing. At different times, it might be kind of congregate living or emergency housing, workforce housing. This is really about family, one family unit at 47 Indian Ave, located in Plymouth in the Manomet Village. Kind of a 1950s cottage. And this is the property that would be renovated. They have some architectural drawings that have been provided in the package showing the second-story structure would be added to the original structure. The layout of the interior has been constructed around this idea of a single-family home and a first-floor bedroom option with two bedrooms up, one full bedroom down, which is a nice component that people are looking for these days to allow that opportunity for limited mobility. So the applicant is here tonight. The representative director, Amy Belmore. I'd like to give Amy an opportunity to talk to you about her the Habitat for Humanity and some of the activities that are involved in. This is a request for $100,000 from the Housing Fund. Amy.
Ms. Belmore.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill, and thank you, the CPC, for looking at this request favorably. Again, my name is Amy Belmore. I'm the Executive Director for Habitat for Humanity of Greater Plymouth. We have been in operation for 26 years, serving Plymouth and 5 surrounding towns. This particular project would be our 7th new construction project in Plymouth, working to help low-income families, workforce families. Most often the people that we serve are those who don't have access to traditional home financing. They are first-time home buyers, and we serve a population of low-income residents earning between 30% and 60% AMI, and so area median income. And so as we look at this property, as Bill described, it was a unique opportunity to take an existing structure built in the 1950s. It's a small cottage, and working together with our teams of volunteers, both professional expertise as well as lay volunteers who really make up our labor pool, Habitat is able to deliver these homes to low-income families at a very affordable rate. It is important for people to understand that these homes are not gifted. All of these homeowners do become affordable mortgage holders. This home will have a deed restriction on it. It will be affordable in perpetuity, and they will be paying a zero equivalent interest over a 30-year term. So it's an incredible opportunity for those who are trying to get into their own home, to have that strength and stability and self-reliance that comes along with having your own home, and improvements in learning and academics and job productivity and economic growth and all of the good things that come with stable housing. We're really happy to be able to provide that opportunity to residents of Plymouth and the surrounding towns. And we've enjoyed a really strong relationship with the town and CPC and the Affordable Housing Trust. This request is a blend of financing, with some coming from this $100,000 request that's on this docket right now. We have another just over $100,000 coming from private charitable foundations and grants, and then another block of funds coming from the Plymouth Affordable Housing Trust. So we're really pleased to be able to work in Plymouth, and I'm happy to take your questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Belmore. Any questions from the board for either Mr. Cohan or Ms. Belmore?
One question.
Mr. Blutzer.
How much is the total project going to cost?
We're expecting it to be just about $289,000. And that cost could come down as we do our work of leveraging our nonprofit status, the name recognition, and trying to bring in those discounted and pro bono services that will be required.
Okay.
But in terms of the estimated cost, it's about $289,000, $290,000.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Hell?
Quick question then, piggybacking on Mr. Blutzer. Does that $289,000 include the purchase price of the property?
It does not. The community development block grant covered that cost,
And what was that?
$259,000.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Seeing no questions, do I have a motion from a member of the board?
Move approval.
So this would be a motion, CPC articles, I believe the motion would be
9A.
to recommend Article 9A. I don't believe we can prevent CPC articles from being on the warrant.
Right.
So Mr. Mahoney has made a motion that we recommend Article 9A to town meeting. Do we have a second?
Second.
It has been moved, it has been seconded. Any discussion from members of the board in regards to whether or not we should recommend Article 9A be approved by town meeting? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Blutzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes,
And myself, yes, it is unanimous. So we are on to the next article. Thank you, Ms. Belmore.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Mr. Cohan, we're not done with you yet. That brings us to Article 9B of the Community Preservation Act related to housing for the Plymouth Housing Authority. Mr. Cohan.
Thank you. Article 9B is a affordable housing recommendation by the Community Preservation Committee to town meeting. The applicant is the Plymouth Housing Authority. We've worked with the Plymouth Housing Authority for almost 20 years now on different projects at different times. At this point, this is about the Oak Street School, which was a operating school up until about 2010 or 11, neighborhood school. The building this project is a partnership between the town of Plymouth. The town of Plymouth controlled the building. They turned the building over to the Plymouth Housing Authority, and the Plymouth Housing Authority has been moving to convert this into 3 affordable units. In 2019, we initially secured $540,000 of CPA funds for the renovation of this site. That was based on cost estimates done pre-COVID. The grant request is based on a revised post-COVID estimate. We've seen inflation, we've seen other issues come around the permitting process, the bidding process. So the bidding process has shown to be, a difficult thing at this point. They were incurring higher costs, so we had to reevaluate the cost estimates that were done initially. And the request for this application is $381,525. That is the request. If I get the little advancement of my screen, there's Oak Street. We all know Oak Street. This is a good adaptive reuse of a historical building in our village. So it obviously has a characteristic that goes along with the houses and the neighborhood around it. It's nice to see when the town partners with an organization like this to find a repurposing of a public building that served as a school now to serve as affordable housing in a neighborhood. Sometimes these buildings end up in private ownership and become expensive condos that very few people can afford. So we want to see what we can do with our building stock here in the town of Plymouth that's controlled by the municipality in a way that meets a major goal in our community, and that's increasing the affordable units in our town. We're in a housing crisis in terms of affordability, and this building here is a nice example of using a building that served our community for nearly 100 years, 130 years, now serving a population when it comes to affordable housing. Now, over the last 2.5 years, the Plymouth Housing Authority has been able to begin the process of renovating the building. They've already invested in the ADA compliant ramps that are necessary in the back of the building to get people safely in and out of the property. They were also able to alter the property. There was a, kind of a dilapidated play area that had to be removed. So the Plymouth Housing Authority has been working with this. They also partnered again with the town of Plymouth. The town of Plymouth saw an opportunity to help them with the water line. Obviously, the water line servicing the building was utilized for a small school, a couple of bubblers maybe, a few bathrooms. This is going to consume more water, so they needed a higher water line, a better water line, and the town of Plymouth was able to help with that. And the town, working with the Housing Authority, adjusted the water line to the building. So there's been activities done on the site that have advanced the building towards this ultimate goal of affordable units. Here is the current layout of the building, pretty straightforward. Classroom 1, Classroom 2. You can see over here, this is the completed ADA compliant ramp that the Housing Authority put on last year. Also over here, you can see that the front door now, there'll be a hallway directly to the back through the building. Over here, there'll be a one-bedroom unit. This one over here is a one-bedroom unit, but it's a fully ADA compliant unit. The Housing Authority is constructing this unit to address some mobility issues with a growing population, aging population within their demographic, which needs to be addressed. Obviously, when we build units of housing like this that is specifically around maintaining or accommodating mobility issues, we keep a population from having to move from independent living to more of nursing home living, which can be more problematic, or having people in housing that requires more attention can be burdensome to the community also. So the Housing Authority is thinking out in the future in types of what type of affordable housing that it's creating. As Amy has indicated with Habitat for Humanity and what the Housing Authority's had to gone through. Housing is one of the more expensive attributes of the CPA to implement because of the cost of housing and cost of land and the cost of construction. I have here tonight a representative from the Plymouth Housing Authority, Russ Shirley, who's also a member of the CPC, available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Any questions from members of the board? I saw Mr. Helm first.
Okay. So the town meeting has already authorized $475,000 in CPA funds previously for this project.
Correct.
Okay. The property was given to the Affordable Housing, the Housing Authority, for free, basically, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's a state grant mentioned here of $150,000. Would you please explain that?
We started out with that budget of $542,000. 475 came from CPA in an earlier authorization. We realized after not being able to go forward with construction for about 3 years that we were short. We went to the state delegation, and they were able to create a grant for us for $150,000 to supplement the $475 we had. We also came to the Board of Selectmen and asked for some ARPA funds, and they contributed another $22,000. The interesting problem is that, for example, the water main replacement, which was the grant that we asked for the ARPA fund for $22,000, the water main actually cost us $55,000. And the ADA ramp that initially we thought was going to be $30,000 came in at $77,000. That's already been built. You look at the total project cost, it's $1,028,000, $50,000 for the architect, $843,000 for the bids that we have already received for a contractor, and the items that we've done under site work. That include removing the diseased trees out front, cleaning up the site of playground equipment, including concrete foundations, repaving the parking lot, the water main replacement, which I've already mentioned, and the ADA ramp. So,
Okay, so that all bundles up to, as you mentioned, a total spending request. The additional $381,525, when added to the state grant and the ARPA, brings your total request to $1,028,896, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that that represents $343,000 per unit?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you aware that a developer offered 10 affordable units to the CPC for $120,000 per unit to make them affordable in perpetuity?
Well, this will be affordable to perpetuity. We can't do much more with the building than we have as far as the footprint goes.
So, I mean, can you justify to the residents of Plymouth, the taxpayers, the difference between 10 units at $120 per and 3 units at $343,000 per?
Yes, so the Community Preservation Committee at different points in time has gone to town meeting with recommendations to partner with private developers when they're in the process of building out a complex, and opportunities exist where they have the means of building units quite efficiently after they achieve these permits. Those opportunities we have seized in Manomet, where we were able to, for just over $1.2 million, to deed restrict nearly 23 units on State Road. So that was an opportunity, obviously, where we had an economic model that was working in our favor. And we often look towards developers who are working on projects like that, are willing to move in that direction. We had a similar opportunity where we worked with private developers in West Plymouth, where there was a complex where we had 16 units that were deeded affordable through that similar program with the developer. So at times, developers have an opportunity, and when they're presented to the town of Plymouth, we take advantage of those opportunities. The one in West Plymouth, the one in Manomet. There was one there was an opportunity on Court Street. There was an old historical building, but it was coupled with historical preservation. The committee was looking at this a couple of years ago. I think this might be what you're referencing, and between the historical preservation and between the affordable housing, we were getting into an area where the level of preservation wasn't at the same height of what we were hoping to achieve, and the committee passed on that opportunity. But when the committee is given an opportunity to work with developers, we have moved in that direction, on the vast majority of opportunities.
Actually, the example I used is Davis Manor, which is a completely new construction.
Davis Manor on.
Davis Manor. It was, what was once there is no longer there, and it's being, as people who drive by know, it's being completely rebuilt.
Yeah,
So,
that was the project I referenced.
that be it, 10 affordable units were offered at $120,000 per, and we're paying $343,000 per for 3 units. And I just kind of wonder about that. A question for you on the build-out, on the plans you have up there, what are the square footage of each of those 3 units?
We can get you an answer on the square footage, but
You don't know?
I don't
You have
have that.
architectural plans and they don't have the square footage?
We do have architectural plans, but the plans that we've provided for you tonight don't show that square footage. I can ask the applicant to provide the additional architectural plans that provide the square footage, and I can provide that at a later date. Right now, I don't have that available. But there are requirements by Mass DHCD to, when you're building an affordable unit, there's standards of square footage you have to comply by. So obviously, the architects that designed the units had to comply to those square footage requirements at DHCD so that the units can be deemed affordable. They do have standards of how much you can have.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Blitzer, did you have questions?
Yes, I did. I'd like to, some questions of Mr. Shirley, and then, Bill, I just have a quick question for you, but Mr. Shirley first.
Go ahead.
Mr. Shirley, after I got elected select person, I called you up and wanted to get a tour of Oak Street and familiarize myself with the housing authority. Because I was learning, and I wanted to get up to speed with what's going on in the town. And you gave me a nice tour of the place and talked about what you were going to do. And I'm just wondering, my problem is not the price of everything, but the time frame. I'm in my 3rd year as a select person, and I was just wondering if you could explain, and I'm not putting you on the spot, but what has taken so long? And the reason why I'm saying it, I want to talk to Bill again afterwards, is because we need housing and I like there's a disabled units, we need senior housing, we need low-income housing, and I was wondering what has taken so long. And I thought there was going to be 4 units here when you and I talked, but I could be wrong about that.
We could have put 4 units in, but we wouldn't have been able to put the fully handicapped unit in, fully ADA compliant unit in if we had gone to 4 units. The timing really comes a lot down to delays created by COVID. There's a lot of things we couldn't go forward with during the COVID environment. So as far as putting things out to bid and getting drawings done, this thing was bid actually 6 months ago. But the contractors have been receptive to holding their prices on this, and obviously some of the work has already been done. A significant portion of the work, including that handicap ramp, which once again, it cost way more than we expected. When I put this project and budget together 3 years ago, $475,000 seemed like adequate funding.
Right.
We went for 542 from town meeting, and it's what the bids came in at. Right. So, putting it out to bid would be a bigger risk probably than, putting it out to rebid would be a bigger risk than going forward with the pricing that we've got if the contractors will honor it. These are, as I said, these are 6 months old bids.
So what is your estimated completion time for these units?
Yeah, if
the
we
list,
get a release from town meeting for it in October, we expect the project to be completely done by March.
Okay. Very good. Okay, and I'm all set.
Thank you.
Mr. Cohen, Bill? So, Bill, my next question to you is I've heard we got a single-family house and we got 3 units, apartments. what's on the horizon with CPC to try and get some affordable housing in Plymouth? And specifically, we need seniors, housing for seniors, and again, disabled people, low-income people. What are we doing about that?
Well, if you look at the last 22 years of community preservation recommendations to town meeting, we have tried to cover all of those bases at different times, from emergency housing needs to congregate housing needs to senior citizens and veterans and disabled. We have brought a significant number of units on. We are challenged by one of the major hurdles after 22 years of doing this. We've noticed that it is the most costly component of the Community Preservation Act to implement: land cost, construction cost. We're always looking for opportunities to partner with different organizations to get the biggest bang for the taxpayers' dollars as it relates to affordable units. We try to partner with organizations like Habitat or the Task Force for the Homeless or the Housing Authority, or the efforts of the committee has always been that it's different than when you're doing historical preservation or open space. There are quite a few organizations out there that are active in those realms. When it comes to affordable housing, there's only a certain amount of entities out there that have the internal infrastructure in place and the systems in place to apply for the money, receive the money, and then efficiently and appropriately get the project done. So I got a limited group of individuals out there that can actually get the ball over the goal line. So we're always looking for groups, small groups to large groups, trying to cover all those bases. We're hoping in the spring of 2024 that we'll have a recommendation of significant in nature. We're looking, hopefully, to have something in the very near future.
Well, I'm hoping that it's a priority, and I'd like to see some more of the public-private works like we saw up near Market Basket and the one in Manomet. I at first was kind of against it till I understood what it was. It made sense to me. At first, I'm saying we're giving public money to a private company, but when you realize what you're getting in return, and they can do it a lot cheaper than we can do it. So I hope we can work on that because it's a serious need in Plymouth.
Yeah, it's a very important component of our implementation of CPAs, not only working with housing authorities and nonprofits, but working with private developers when they get into a position, because both of those complexes were very efficient. And, to Mr. Helm's concern about Court Street and the Davis development, sometimes you get into 55, and sometimes you get into a cost that was associated with historical preservation and affordable housing that became difficult. We hope to revisit the subject at some point about looking at other projects with developers, but the committee has heard the Board of Selectmen, the committee has heard the community, and the committee's been working on it for 21 years. So we're glad that everybody is focused on this, and we will put the effort into it to bring more opportunities to town meeting in the near future.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yeah, Russ,
Yes, sir.
Russ, I know you cited numerous examples of cost overruns. I don't know when you came in front of the board. I believe I participated in that. You asked for ARPA funds to the tune of 20 or 22 grand for the water line.
Yep.
Yeah, so how does that, all of a sudden, you're requesting 22, and it comes in at 55? I mean,
We put it out to bid. We got bids from 3 bidders on that particular line item, and that's the cost for that water main going into the building, including drilling the foundation, the granite foundation to get the water into the building. The water line size is significantly bigger than the service to the building now. Right now, the service to the building is only 3/4 of an inch. And now this new water line service is going in at 4 inches, and it's put in there specifically so that we can sprinkle the entire building to protect it. So again, sprinkling a building is something a public entity has to do that a private entity may not have to do.
how's the, a little off topic, but what's the current wait list at the Housing Authority for units getting into a unit?
It's a statewide wait list, and it's well over 20,000 people that are looking for affordable housing. This will be geared, this particular one, the preference will be given to Plymouth residents first that are ADA compliant. The cost to these, for rent for these places is limited to 30% of whatever they bring in income. So if they're just getting, a minimal income of $25,000 a year, the maximum that we charge that individual is 30%
Right.
of their income.
All right, Russ, this is painful. We look at the preceding article. Obviously, Ms. Belmore told us that the total cost for that single-family home down in Manaman is going to be about $550,000 for that project. I can remember at the height of the recession, I think in '09 or 2010, Cherry Hill 2 was roughly $11 million in new construction, 35 units. So that's still running about $315,000 a unit for new construction. I believe the community of Plymouth CPC contributed about 2.5 or 2.6 of that. Halfway through that project, the other funding, or some of the other funding, collapsed. And I think that project was on hold for 6 to 12 months, and I'm going to make the assumption that the Senate president at the time probably jumped through hoops to save the day. I could be wrong on that one, but we have to put this one behind us. I think we all agree. I'm the select board designee to the committee. We have heard the community. How do we get more bang for our buck, more units at a lower unit cost?
I would say that the ADA unit is bigger than we normally would have per square foot for these people. The two single-bedroom units that are on the left-hand side are more aligned with the current housing that we provide. And you can see on the left-hand side, we're covering the stairway that you see on the right-hand side to go down to the basement area. We have to cover that over to create the living space for that left-hand bottom unit and then the right-hand unit, as you can see. We're also providing wash machines, dryers, and, storage space for the people that live in these properties. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Helm?
Just to follow up on something that was stated while Mr. Bletzer was asking questions. Mr. Shirley, you mentioned that the bids are the current bids that we're working on with this $1,028,896 and your additional request for $381,525 are 6 months out of date, and you haven't gone back to them to see if they would honor these? So that's still up in the air?
No. I actually stated that we've gone back to the contractors that placed the bids, and they say they will honor the bids for the construction, which is $843,700. That added to the architectural cost and the completed projects, which I described above, of 135. That's where the total comes out to $1,028,896.
Okay, I was mistaken in what I heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the board? If no one else does, I do. Mr. Cohan, my questions are for you. Bill, if I'm reading this correctly, although the initial authorization was for $475,000, to date expenditures have been $135,196. Is that correct?
Yes, I would have to agree that that is the current balance.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that you've heard the board in relation to trying to get more bang for your buck out of some of these units. Are you aware that in 2019, the average value of a single-family home in Plymouth was $389,000?
That's approximate, yes. Around, before the pandemic, obviously those numbers have gone up since then, but.
Right, but this was an article that originally
Yep.
came before town meeting in October of 2019.
2018, yep.
Right, so at that time, the average value of a single-family home, according to real estate sales in that year, was $389,000. This is for three single-bedroom units, correct?
Correct.
And when we last, as a board, opined as to the production of affordable housing in the recent past by the CPC, we went through, and over the past 8 years, I know you've been doing it for 21, but over the past 8, let's focus on that. You've added 48 units, including these 3. You've had 6 articles related to affordable housing, and that's out of 79 total articles that the CPC has produced. So are you, I guess I understand, as you said, that the affordable housing is more expensive per article by nature because of what you're doing there, building housing versus buying open space or something of that nature. But can you explain these numbers? 48 units in 8 years, including these 3. Only 6 articles in 8 years out of 79 articles.
As I indicated before, the committee has found over the 21 years that it's implemented this, which far exceeds the 48 units brought online, is that the cost that is incurred that getting units. So it's an expensive effort to build units and to put them online. And again, as I mentioned before, there's a limited number of possible applicants. We are a granting body. We give out grants, so people have to apply. We do what we can to promote interest in the fund by releasing a new application every year, by reaching out to the housing community, letting them know that there is an application that they could pull, and we wait to hear from them. We reach out to developers. So we are doing the outreach to let people know there's an application cycle and they should file. But we are a granting body. We do our best to draw our attention to this fund, to the different parties that might be able to bring a project to fruition. And like I said before, there's only a limited pool of entities out there that have the ability to take such funds, properly put it out to bid, and then get that project completed. When it comes to affordable housing, we've noticed in the open space community, there's numerous open space organizations and open space and opportunities, and the same with historical preservation. But for historical, for open space, it's a little bit more daunting. We're required by 10%, and we put that money aside. And like I said before, we're hoping to come to Springtown meeting with a project of significance. We do the best we can based on the applicants that we receive. If there is an entity over the last 21 years that has brought on affordable housing or has worked with number of organizations, it has been the Community Preservation Act in the town of Plymouth that has been at the forefront of bringing more affordable units online. So we, like I said before, we look forward to the challenges in the future. There's opportunities, and we've heard the board and we've heard the community, and we've been working on this for many years. And again, we hope to bring additional recommendations to Springtown meeting.
But Mr. Helm alluded to a recent project, where the cost per unit would be $120,000 for 10 units, and this is $343,000 all told between this and the October of 2019 article for 3 units. So to me, that doesn't sound like you're getting that much bang for your buck there.
Yeah, well, I guess in certain circumstances, we have found opportunities with different applicants, a level of efficiency that has brought us back to the table. That developer that you referenced, we worked again with that developer when an opportunity arose. And we look forward to working with any other developer that brings forward an opportunity like that. But you have to look at things differently from a housing authority that has a whole multitude of responsibilities in terms of construction, maintenance, and qualifications. They're an entity that's bringing quite a bit of services throughout the community. And then you have to look at a developer who has achieved permits, through the inclusionary zoning bylaws and different other permitting processes. So they're in a different situation than the housing authority. So in some ways, the housing authority can do things efficiently, and the developer can do things efficiently, and the effort of the committee is to look at those applicants and understand the importance of this question and get the question before town meeting and have town meeting make their recommendation, accept or decline the recommendation. So, as I said before, our effort is focused on those activities of bringing in opportunities.
Okay. Any other questions by any members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, do I have a motion to recommend town meeting approve Article 9B? Motions are always made in the affirmative.
I'll move approval.
Mr. Mahoney has moved.
Second.
Mr. Bletzer has seconded, has been moved, it has been seconded. Any discussion from any members of the board as to whether or not we should recommend town meeting approve Article 9B, dealing with affordable housing in the Oak Street School? Mr. Helm.
I just feel the need to reiterate $343,000 per unit. You can see up there, 2 of those units are not very large. The comparison to the cost of the house on Indian Street, that's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, okay, which at market rate would probably go just about the total cost of this. So they're building a considerably larger home. It's a family home. These are small, and at $343,000 per, I think it's exorbitant. Yes, the affordable housing is unbelievably important to the future of Plymouth. I mean, we have employers who can't find people to work in their places of employment because people can't find housing. We have all seen what's going on out on Cape Cod in that manner, and it's only going to come here. I mean, it's already starting here and it's going to come here. So affordable housing is important, but there also has to be a sensibility about it. And I just think this is a project that is out of control at this point. It's nice that, I'm glad that the bidder from West Bridgewater is going to honor that bid, but we don't know that it won't cost more than $1,029,000 when all is said and done, when they get in to starting the construction. I just think that, yes, affordable housing is incredibly important, but I think that it needs to be also a certain sensibility about it. And I'm not saying market rate or anything. I understand that it will be more expensive. But once again, $343,000 per unit when we had a developer who has worked with the CPA before, or the CPC before, offer 10 units as opposed to 3, each one for $120,000. I think in a way, this is starting to resemble to me in my years here as the Symes House revisited. I mean, different purposes. I mean, this one is fully affordable housing. Symes House was sort of a layer cake of issues with, you know, historic preservation, affordable housing, open space, et cetera, et cetera. This is a little bit more focused, but once again, I just can't help believing and seeing that we are going down the Symes House road again, and I just cannot support this. We are into this project for $135,197. That includes the $1 that the affordable housing paid for this unit. The assessed value is $471,000. I say sell it and turn it into a tax-paying entity and just figure out other ways, more efficient, larger volume ways to get these single-person affordable units.
Mr. Bletzer?
I just want to see this project finished. Like I said, it's a long time coming. 3 years ago, I saw it, and Mr. Shirley told me all about it. But at this point, if we wait any longer, the price keeps going up. So at this point, we're too far into it. We need housing low-income, disabled housing, senior housing. So I know it's only 3 units, but let's get this done, okay? I want to get it done before the price goes up even further. Thank you.
Any other discussion from any other members? Mr. Helm?
I just need to reiterate, what we are into this project for on this date in time is $135,197. That's what we're into this project for. Yes, CPA has already authorized $475,000. If it doesn't get spent, it doesn't get spent. Okay? We are into this project a number of years, yes, but only $135,197.
Thank you, Mr. Helm. Any other discussion from other members of the board? If nobody else does, then I do. So, the issue of affordable housing is very important. As the presenter said, we are in an affordable housing crisis, and I don't think this appropriately addresses the issue. As to this refrain that the CPC is a granting authority and only takes in the applications that they receive, I mean, we're sitting in a building that I know was sought out by the CPC, or at least by members of the CPC. We have another item on our agenda in Article 9G. We took a tour of Hedges Pond over the winter, and there was interest at that time by the CPC to preserve the sheds there from the 1940s. They were used as domiciles at that time for overnight campers. So they were looking actively to seek out preservation there. Obviously, they've shifted gears here and are now looking to demolish those, which I think is a better use of that because they're lined with lead, but I'll wait till Article 9G to get into that in more depth. But I think, personally, this is a 4-year-old project now, because it came first in October of 2019, and now we're in October of 2023, and it's 3 single-bedroom units, whereas in 2019, a single-family house, not a 1-bedroom unit, but a single-family house, was $389,000. And if the CPC isn't looking for houses that they could buy to make a better use of that money, then the affordable housing trusts exist. There are developers that are looking for deed restrictions. There are other avenues that they could spend it. This, simply put, is a historical preservation project masquerading as an affordable housing project. This is about preserving the Oak Street School much more than it is about providing affordable housing in this community. $343,000 per unit for single-bedroom units. Those are the types of units that an individual can live in for a sustained period, but a couple would be cramped in and probably would not want to stay in for any period of time. And a family, once you have a kid, you might be able to squeeze in there for a little bit while your kid's in a crib, but beyond that, you're gonna need to move out. So it's not really sustainable housing for a lot of people in this community in the way that a single-family home would be. Would also add that in 2019, a 3-family home, the average cost was $422,000. So if in 2019, instead of seeking out this preservation project and masquerading it as an affordable housing project, we could have had at least 2 single-family homes or 3-family homes if we were willing to put $1,028,896 total dollars into that project. And those houses could have been occupied over the intervening 4 years as opposed to just sitting here waiting for somebody to complete it. I am in complete agreement with Mr. Helm. I don't want to participate in this sunk cost fallacy that because we've already spent $135,197, because we've already appropriated $475, that we're obligated to throw in another $381. This very much reminds me of the Symes House, which is an ongoing problem, another issue there where that was primarily for historic and open space and we crammed some affordable housing in it to make the dollar figures work. This is not an appropriate use of affordable housing funding in this community. You say you want to get bang for your buck, you're not getting bang for your buck here. This is very much not what we need. Over the last 8 years, 48 units, 6 articles, and that includes this as one of those units and one of those articles. So the production there is just not forthcoming, and if we're in an affordable housing crisis and this is how we're addressing it, we're never going to get out of that crisis, and we're never going to be providing needed units to people in this community that are desperate to have this type of housing so they can start building a life in and around this community, and they are just as valuable a member of this community as people with multi-million-dollar homes, and they have a place here, and they're not being provided it, in my opinion. We have limited oversight of the CPC. We can recommend or not recommend these to town meeting. We appoint a few people to the CPC. We have our liaison, Mr. Mahoney, to my right, who serves on the CPC. But we have to take what influence we can here, and I'm not going to sign off on this sunk cost fallacy or this affordable housing project that isn't really affordable housing, and it's really historical preservation. So for those reasons, I intend to vote against this. Any other discussion from any other members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. Once again, alphabetically through the roll, yes, no, or abstain when I reach your name. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
No.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
No.
And myself, no. So in a vote of two to 3, the motion does not carry. We will not recommend Article 9C, 9B to town meeting. So that brings us to Article 9C. Once again, Mr. Cohan.
Article 9C is a recommendation by the Community Preservation Committee for the restoration, rehabilitation, and preservation of the 1899 Russell Library at 11 North Street. This is a historical preservation recommendation. It is on top of a 2007 acquisition of $997,000. The CPA fund was utilized in 2007 to acquire the building, the Russell Library, the Linden's building, and the property there where the land that the buildings sit on. That was purchased in 2007. Since then, over the last 17 years, the Plymouth Art Guild has owned the building. They have a 100-year lease with an option for an additional 100 years. They've raised over $3 million during their ownership of the building, and they reinvested it in the building. The land is owned by the town. The building is controlled by the Art Guild for the next 100 years with a 100-year option to lease it again. But they are investing in a town asset. And not only are they investing in the town asset, but they are providing services. There's classes that are taking place at the Art Guild, educational art classes that can be taken. There's events and forums and functions. All of these activities bring activity to our downtown, fostering kind of a cultural renaissance where we have people using our restaurants, using our local hotels, visiting downtown Plymouth, spending more time and spending more money. They're not just coming for a short stay, they're spending more time coupling their activities around the Center for the Arts with other businesses in downtown Plymouth. The request is for $243,942. This is for significant facade work and roof work around the complex, mostly focusing on the Russell Building. And if you look over here, you'll see this is LeBaron Alley. It's an alley. It's actually a public way that stretches from Middle Street to North Street. We are looking at this building. You can see the facade of this building is, significant architectural features of a Romanesque style building in brick that is seeing some deterioration. So this brick building needs to be repointed. This is very similar work that we did on this building on the exterior of the 1820 courthouse. After a period of time, you have to get at that lime mortar mix and you have to repoint it, or you can have water infiltration, freezing, thawing, cracking of bricks. The facade can be compromised. It's a similar project that we worked on in Town Square with the National Memorial Meeting House, the facade of that building. You can see where they have, after 100 years, you're starting to see the deterioration that we need to address. And the little clicker is clicking. Might have to go manual, I'm not sure if that's, oh, there it is. So this is a nice example of some of the repairs that had been made in the past. They weren't using the appropriate lime mortar mix, more of a Portland mix, which doesn't allow moisture to pass through it, and you have freezing and cracking. So we need to get at where the mistakes were made and correct that with a more historically accurate lime mortar that responds to the weather around here more efficiently and will get a longer lasting facade and less damage that you're seeing here on this wall that comes out from the building. Again, this is the back of the building. You can see here in the back of the building, the facade of this building had an alteration. Back in the 1940s, there was an alteration to the lower level of this area to allow for a children's section of the library. They brought in some I-beams and they made alterations to the building, digging away the foundation, exposing areas to let light into the lower level. This did compromise the building. That would require some attention. So it's not only the brick repointing, but dealing with some of these issues around some of the windows. Gutters, roof. Here is an example of where that situation developed, so we're looking at repairing that. Here's another example of some of the areas that had been exposed to allow more light into the lower left of the building are going to need addressing some structural issues. This is the interior of the building. There's a skylight that allows light into the Russell Reading Room, which is now an art gallery and a performance center for events. Their plan is to keep the skylight, but obviously they're going to have to address some of the windows and copper flashing around the building. So this recommendation of $443,942 has also recommendations on repairing this section of the building. The roof was replaced about 12 years ago, so the roof is fine. It's the flashing and the copper and the skylights that need to be addressed. After 100 years, there needs to be some attention paid to these materials. And this is the section of the building that they'd be working on. Also working on the doors of the building, some lead-lined glass windows. If you haven't been in the Russell Library, it is a nice functional space where many events take place here in the town of Plymouth. The building is currently, we have an agreement with the Plymouth Center for the Arts that events that the town can request the use of this building free of charge based on availability, and they also allow events that they sponsor are free to students in the town of Plymouth based on availability of those tickets that might be available for a performance or opening that is being run by the Center for the Arts. Not if those agreements don't exist if there's a private entity renting the building and using the building. It's only for events sponsored by the Center for the Arts. I have here tonight Eileen Pacheco with the Center for the Arts. She can give you just a quick update on some of the things that they're working on as it relates to this project.
Hi there, I'm Eileen Pacheco. I'm a volunteer at Plymouth Center for the Arts, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors for the Plymouth Guild, which is the nonprofit which runs the Plymouth Arts Center. Thank you, Bill, and I thank the CPC for recommending our project. We've been in this building since 2007. We opened the Art Center in 2008 after making some initial renovations, but the Plymouth Guild has actually been a fixture in Plymouth for over 50 years. A group of local artists started the first outdoor art show in Plymouth in 1968, and the Plymouth Guild nonprofit was founded in 1973. So our folks have been busy in the town bringing the arts to Plymouth since then. Since we've been in this location, as Bill mentioned, we've raised and reinvested about $3 million into the property, recently completing a $1.7 million accessibility project that installed an elevator, and we did have some additional funds from CPA for that, but we raised a lot of funds from other sources, including the state, Mass Cultural Council, the Mass Office of Travel and Tourism, and many local businesses and individual donors who support us. We run a full portfolio of programs, including education. We put on about 175 classes and workshops last year, including classes for folks with disabilities. For children, we have, we have an artisan shop which showcases the wares of 80-plus local artisans. Their products are for sale there. We host approximately 12 shows a year. So there's always something new up on the wall. This showcases our local artists, and it also brings folks to Plymouth, to the downtown area. They come to the Arts Center, and then they go to dinner, or they go for a drink. And let's see, I don't know, there's so many things that we do, Kathy.
Free and open to the public.
Yes.
50 weeks a year.
And
all of our openings for shows, except for our two jury shows.
And we're primarily volunteer run. We have a volunteer board and a whole host of volunteers. I think there's about 80 active volunteers that help us keep us open to the public 52 weeks a year. So.
And as Arlene indicated, and Kathy's indicated, and everyone's worked towards, this is a major form of economic development of our downtown. We've seen over the last 20 years a strengthening of economic conditions there, and this is just a component of it in terms of the arts and entertainment and culture that draws people from the region. It's a major form of economic development, having these attributes in our town. So we've worked with the Art Guild over the years, and we're happy to make this recommendation to Fall Town Meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the board? Mr. Helm?
Okay, in no particular order, I see that this is part of a 20-year plan. Could you give us a briefing on that 20-year plan? It looks quite involved.
Yes. Last year, we undertook a 20-year systems replacement planning effort that was funded by a grant from, partially by a grant from the Mass Cultural Council. We also matched the cost of that grant, in which MCC paired us with a nonprofit financing consultancy and an engineering firm. They came through the building, looked at everything, the entire envelope of the building, all of our systems, and mapped out the age and expected life expectancy of all those elements of the building, and mapped out a 20-year plan on when we would need to start to replace things or repair them, along with estimated costs. And the 20-year plan also serves as a financial roadmap for us, so that we're putting ourselves on this path to self-sufficiency and self-funding of future. Our intention is to be able to self-fund future preservation projects as we work to raise and save the funds necessary for the next couple of decades and beyond.
Well, congratulations on going forward with a 20-year strategic plan. I think that's very wise. And a number of institutions in this town should probably take a lesson from you. But I do see that the total that was figured was $1,315,000, and this represents a total of, although your request is 443, the total involved in this tranche is 631,000. What is your plan for the remaining $700,000?
So the elements of this proposal were for items that were deemed requiring immediate attention within the next 3 to 5 years. And so our this systems plan for 20 years is also a financial plan for us. So we're going to be developing a fund that puts us in position to fund those other renovations. They're not all preservation, but all the systems work that will need to be done over the 20
Yeah.
years.
So I see that, with the 443 from the CPC, there's also 190 for this the first 3 to 5 years. How are you going to fund that?
So we are applying for other grants. We just received one from the Mass Office of Travel and Tourism for $25,000. We'll be submitting an application with MCC again. Their window doesn't open until November. And we will be doing a capital fundraising effort among our supporters.
But you do feel confident in the 3 to 5 year time, since these are the most important things, that you will be able to achieve that $190,000 through grants and fundraising?
Yes, we were successful with our Elevate the Arts fundraising project for the accessibility renovation. We raised $1.7 million just for that, and we've raised funds for a number of other improvements at the property since we took residence there in 2008.
Okay. One last thing, I noticed on the summary and intent that's included, that you have mentioned also subject to free admission to the residents of Plymouth through January 2025. What would that be in reference to? I thought that, would that be shows that costs have emissions? Because I'm a little confused right now.
This is in reference to free admission to the residents and students of Plymouth, free admission through 2025. But right now, students are free based on availability. Students are free to attend Center for the Arts sponsored events. But right now, through this agreement,
Okay.
this
But
would be for free admission.
I thought it was mentioned that admission is free.
Admission is free for the gallery coming in and going to the store and going to the gallery, but for events that are sponsored by the Art Guild, there are some that they do charge and there's some that they don't. This would be the programming that would be free to the residents in the different forums, like the art show. The annual art show is free to the residents of Plymouth.
Okay, but people who are not residents are charged admission to the art show?
No, it's free to everyone, the art shows.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the
yeah.
Art Center
Thank you.
is free and open to the public, except for some paid events, certain receptions or entertainment that may be ticketed events. And I think those may be the events that Bill's notice here is referring to. I would need to look up, this is kind of before my time, so I'd have to investigate this. I would expect this would be something we'd want to carry forward, but I don't know the process
yeah, I mean,
for
and
that.
and hence my question. When I look at January 2025, it seems like it's way in the future. But soon enough, we're going to turn around and it's going to be January of 2024. So in this summary intent, you're offering the residents of Plymouth who are helping fund this 1 year of free admission to these special events or whatever requires admission. And yet, this funding that we're participating in, the 443 that's part of the 690, is going to go on for 5 years. And I question why it would only be through 1 year and why it isn't longer for the residents of Plymouth who are helping fund this. And I guess I don't know what's in the actual,
I can.
it isn't mentioned in the actual article. But I would recommend that you take a look at that, because 1 year,
Yeah.
which is effectively what we're talking about.
We'll
doesn't seem-
revisit this agreement that we had from the original article and other articles, and to see where they want to establish that date and time too. So we'll revisit that and get a clarification to the board exactly what they're going to offer, and would they be willing to go beyond 2025?
Okay.
Any other questions from any members of the board? So If no one else does. I see there's a notation that, in addition to what Mr. Helm just circled in on, the agreement will be contingent upon an agreement to allow access for special Town of Plymouth use of the building free. I have attended CPC meetings at the Center for the Arts. Was the CPC paying for?
No. So this is from the original agreement from 2007, when we acquired the building for $970 and we filed the lease with, the lease that was established around the property. There was this agreement that the town of Plymouth would have use of the building for meetings that are for town-sanctioned committees. So the CPC is not charged to use the building when they have their meetings there.
So this is just extending that existing, well, not extending, it's just keeping in place the existing agreement.
Correct. It's reaffirming that understanding that the town of Plymouth can utilize the building based on availability, free of charge, for a town-sanctioned committee.
It says here that such a request will require a request from the Board of Selectmen. So did the Select Board make a request for you to be able to meet there?
Well, we include the select board in that process so that there's formal channels of request. So, we thought it would be helpful to include that language so the board would know what meetings are taking place there and the town would know what meetings are taking place there.
Is that in the existing language?
No, that's not existing. We thought that it would be helpful so that there was some formality to that process, that the Art Guild the Select Board could request to utilize the site. So
So in the future, if you wanted to meet there, you would have to request that meeting space through the Select Board, is what you're saying?
the language of the article in the summary does reflect that intention, that it is.
Okay. I have no other questions. Any other questions from any other members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, do I have a motion to recommend town meeting approve Article 9C?
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Bletzer has moved.
I'll second.
Mr. Helm has seconded. It has been moved. It has been seconded. Any discussion from any members of the board as to
Yes.
whether or not?
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
Mr. Bletzer?
I've been to the arts several times. I've been to political caucuses there. I've been to events there. And I can just tell you, I don't care if it's 1 year free, 5 years free, it doesn't matter. That building is exactly what we should be using CPA money for. It's a historic building. We need to preserve it. And we need the arts in Plymouth. The arts are good for our tourism. They're good for our kids. They're good for our culture, our seniors. It's very important. When I was on the PGDC, I'll tell you how important it was. When we would designated lots, we left that lot right down there as a limited lot, just for the folks at the arts, the Plymouth, the arts, because there was so many volunteers there, and we wanted to make sure they had somewhere to park, because they were volunteering their time. So it's very important. Just like the Spire Center, just like the Hedge House, just like the museum, Pilgrim Museum, these are all important buildings for our tourism. And it's exactly what we should be using CPA money for. So I'm going to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bletzer. Mr. Helm?
I'm going to vote in favor as well for all of the reasons that Mr. Bletzer mentioned. But I will, with that vote, encourage you to examine that 1 year. Okay? Doesn't seem that that's long enough for the residents, for the residents of Plymouth, given that it is their tax money. Okay, it's important that we remember that the CPC money is derived from the taxpayers of Plymouth. It is matched to a certain extent by the state, but the taxpayers of Plymouth do fund it. So I just encourage you to take a look at that and see if you can extend it.
Thank you, Mr. Helm. Any other discussion? If there's none, I would add that I agree with Mr. Helm that 1 year should be revisited. I get that it's a sweetener, it's not the primary, we're not paying $631,000 just for a year of free attendance, because It'd have to be some swinging events for that to be worth it, but it's not, it's only a little bit of sweetener. It could be a little bit better given the amount of money. I get that there's a big public benefit to having this there. It's just something to think about. All right, any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it is unanimous. We will recommend that town meeting approve Article 9C. That brings us to the next item on our agenda, that being Article 9D, the Community Preservation Act's article related to a Pilgrim Hall project. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Article 9D is a Community Preservation Committee recommendation to fall town meeting for historical preservation of the Pilgrim Hall Museum here in downtown Plymouth. So under Article 9, the applicant is Pilgrim Hall Museum. The request is for $3.2 million. This is really about protecting the largest collection of archives and manuscripts and documents and photographs and historical artifacts covering over 400 years here in Plymouth. So it's important to note that here in downtown Plymouth, we have one of the oldest museums in North America that houses this collection that not only depicts the events of the last 400 years, but in recent years has made great strides to go beyond that, including the indigenous people as part of their story here in Plymouth. So the Pilgrim Hall Museum has been evolving over time. Obviously formed in 1820, it's now 2023. Obviously, they have maintained these archives, they've collected these archives, they've advanced with time. This museum obviously is a draw to our community in terms of economic development. You have to understand in many ways Pilgrim Hall Museum has been a very close partner with the town of Plymouth. It is Pilgrim Hall that gifted parkland to the town of Plymouth. The Forefather Monument that was donated, and it was an asset owned by the Pilgrim Hall Museum that was donated to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That land and that monument, there's other examples of other land that they were able to grant to the town. So for centuries, the Pilgrim Hall Museum has been a partner with the community, not only housing this collection, but finding opportunities outside of their museum to tell the story of the last 400 years and beyond. This project is specifically around addressing the roof and the skylight of the building. There were alterations to the original building to let in light. There were further alterations to the building to accommodate that. Over a period of time, the leaking has become pretty intense around this and threatening the building's functionality in terms of its archives. This is also about replacing the skylight with more natural, with a lighting system that better displays the artifacts in the museum. Obviously, the functionality of the museum in displaying of its artifacts will attract more attention to the museum and more visitors. This is an important part of the functionality of museums. It needs to be an experience when you go to it, not only the museum itself, but the artifacts that are stored in the collection. There is another component of this. During the renovations of the Great Hall in Pilgrim Hall, there'll be a collection of very specific artifacts that will have to be removed from the building to do the work. So it's important to note that this project over a period of time is going to address these issues the building has been facing in recent years about the infiltration of water and the water damage to the building. I'd like to introduce the director of Pilgrim Hall Museum, Donna Curtin. She can walk you through these upcoming slides to show the scope of work. And she also has a Lynn Spencer with Spencer, Sullivan and Vogel preservation firm that's been working with Pilgrim Hall in looking at the scope of work and what it will entail and what it will cost. Donna.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you so much for the opportunity to the select board members, Mr. Quintal, Mr. Canty, for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. David Peck and Lynn Spencer of Spencer Preservation Group are going to follow me. I'll try to be quick. I know it's late in the night, but there are a couple things about our museum that I hope everybody understands as we bring this very significant request to you. Not only is Pilgrim Hall Museum a landmark of Plymouth history for our town and our region, and beyond that scope, the building itself is one of the oldest purpose-built public buildings in Plymouth, and it has the distinction of being the oldest continuously operating public museum in the entire United States. It's listed on the state and national register. There are no less than 3 deeded historic restrictions on the property, and that means there are certain things we can and we can't do with this building. But one of the things that I think it's really important for everyone to know is that we have actually, inside that building, have some of the valuable collections that Bill was referring to, including the 17th century possessions of the Mayflower Pilgrims who established Plymouth Colony here, and even older artifacts of the indigenous Wampanoag people of the region. Many works of unique art that reflect the history of our place, archival materials of national significance from many different eras. We are the stewards of the history of our town, and we have been doing this for over 200 years. The museum building itself is 199 years. We just celebrated our birthday last Friday. And this unique and irreplaceable collection is really why we're here before you. We cannot do the work that we need to do as stewards without a tight building envelope, without protection from a roof and a skylight, both dating back through many, many past generations, portions of it to 1914, possibly portions of it to 1824. We can't do the work that we can do without getting this roof fixed. It's a gaping hole and a potential catastrophe looming literally over our heads. That's why we're here before you to ask for support for this article. Now, let me just tell you a little bit about our museum. According to the American Alliance of Museums, which is the industry standard in the museum field, there are an estimated 33,000 museums across our country, and only 1,103 of them are accredited. Well, Pilgrim Hall Museum has that distinction. And to achieve that, that means we have to go through a very stringent process of peer review to demonstrate that we meet benchmarks of excellence in all areas of museum operations, governance, financial oversight, education, and stewardship. We support our own operating budget. It's in the vicinity this year of $840,000. It has varied a little bit in the last couple of years due to the circumstances of the pandemic. And we support that entirely ourselves through admissions programs, membership, fundraising, and other activities. Our mission broadly is to serve as an educational resource on Plymouth history, especially its early history. We do so for a wide range of audiences at home and further afield. In addition to exhibitions, we provide educational and research resources for hundreds of academics, students, independent researchers. We offer public programs and lectures. Many of you have enjoyed such things as the free monthly Burial Hill tours that we do in collaboration with our wonderful partners and colleagues at the Plymouth Antiquarian Society. We have an incredible speaker series this year that's open free to the public. We've got a great lecture coming up with the Mayflower genealogist next week, and we've done this year after year, generation after generation. General admission is free to individuals and families who live in Plymouth. We also offer a free day annually to all members of the public to come, and we had several hundreds who visited us last Friday for our birthday celebration. We've been a destination venue for Plymouth since 1824. We played a fundamental role in the development of Plymouth as a tourist destination. We were involved in the preservation of Plymouth Rock. And as Bill pointed out, and I just would like to reiterate, we've really shaped the historic Plymouth that all of us, I think, value and appreciate today. Our organization was the one that independently purchased, lot by lot, all of the lands along Coles Hill, along Water Street, North Street, Carver Street, with our own resources in order to preserve that area and make it a commemorative space, and then we donated that to the Commonwealth. We built, designed, funded the National Monument to the Forefathers. So even if you've never set through the doors of that museum building, you probably have experienced some of the contributions that this organization has made to our community. If you've sat and watched the fireworks on Coles Hill, or if you've gone and admired the monumental Forefathers Building. We are very active in our local community. We partner with all kinds of different organizations in our cultural community. We take great pride in those relationships and value our partnership with many organizations. Plymouth Historical Alliance, Backroads of the South Shore, the Plymouth Bay Cultural District, Plymouth Antiquarian Society, the Plymouthville, all kinds of places. And we're open to other partnerships as well, so bring ideas to us, please. We are coming to you now with a request for CPC funding. It's much more than a simple roof project. It ties together many essential conservation and preservation needs of this building that are created by an actual crisis of a failing roof and skylight. And we're approaching this in 2 phases. We're bringing you our first phase of work. That is about a $5.27 million project. We're asking for $3.2 million in community preservation funds, and we're going to bring the remainder of that to the table. And part of that is to afford the work of just clearing the artworks that are massive and have been in place in some cases for 170 years or more, have not been moved. This is going to be very specialized work. That portion of the project is in the vicinity between moving and storing and the conservation work that we've had estimated. I don't know if that ended up in your packet, but we do have a full estimate from a conservator on all that work, and we'd be happy to supply that with you, of about $500,000. So if we're going to invest $500,000 in emptying that room in order to do the work that we need to do, we need to make certain that we're doing everything we can at that space at one time. So we are doing the HVAC work, that we need to care for the building and the collections in it. We're doing the lighting work, which is also a conservation-related building system. And to fit these parts of this complicated project together, we're working with David Peck, who's the chair of our Facilities and Properties Committee, and Lynn Spencer of Spencer Preservation Group. They're just going to run through a couple of the details with you, and then we'd be very happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curtin. Mr. Peck.
Good evening. Again, David Peck. I am chairman of I'm a trustee and a chairman of the Properties Committee at Pilgrim Hall, but also the town's building committee, and a retired architect. I've been involved with Pilgrim Hall since about 2017, 2018, stewarding the building, which, as you just heard, is 199 years old. The building itself, is not just its collections, but the building itself is something to be proud of and is part of the collection. It was designed by Alexander Paris, who is the same architect who did Quincy Market. He was one of the premier architects in New England in the early 19th century. We've been, the Properties Committee has been paying very attention starting in 2017, 2018, with the increasing evidence of moisture coming in. When I first joined as a trustee, it was clear in the main hall through the flaking paint all over the floor that sometimes would even hit people's shoulders, that we had a major moisture migration issue. By 2020 and 2021, we had puddles on the floor of the main gallery. Peter Brown, our president, we would make sure we had to get visitors to walk around the puddles. We've had buckets in the main lobby. So it's become increasingly urgent that the roof wall-to-wall be addressed. To that end, we put an RFP out for an architect. You'll hear from her in a minute, from Spencer Preservation. We did interview several, but the selected architect is the same one who worked on the spire, which is underway now, the meeting house, and the 1749 courthouse. So she's familiar with Plymouth and the environment of the contractor environment here. We've also included lighting and engineers. The engineers, the same engineers who worked on this building, GGD engineers. So we have a good team looking at this. We went to the CPC a year ago, June 24th, 2022, for roof and skylight replacement as well as related infrastructure. the CPC a year ago tabled our request. But we had our team together, so we have actually spent the last year going to much more detail whether to keep the skylight or replace the effect, the very promising effect of a good skylight, but not having a skylight that could leak. And as you'll see in some of the images, we are proposing to rearrange the ductwork and add new lighting, so it really restores a 199-year-old space. It'll be 200 years when, or 201 by the time we finish this project, but really restore the main gallery to its original appearance. I'd point out, just coming back to the history of the building, besides being designed by a noted New England architect, the lower level served as the girls' high school for the town for at least 20 years. The main gallery was the public library reading room for 20 or 30 years at the end of the 1800s. The building played an important part in the tercentennial in 1920 and even in the tercentennial of the country in 1976. So besides being part of Plymouth's history, it's also part of the country's history in terms of our celebration of the Pilgrims and their meaning to it. As you know from the Town's Building Committee, getting a serious handle on costs is something we're committed to. So we have invited, our numbers, roof numbers are based on input from 2 roofing contractors who've worked here. Capeway Roofing did the Nathaniel Morton a year ago. We had their people up on the roof giving us a good number. They're also working on one of the fire stations right now. And we've had Greenwood Roofing also looking at it and giving us a number. They did the library, and they're now doing the 3 elementary schools, which are in the home stretch as we speak. School opened on time. So we wanted the real professionals, not just the paper pushers, I hate to call. Sometimes people who just do their construction estimates on paper, they were up in the ladder checking it. We have partly a slate roof. Slate roof is literally shedding onto the lower roofs, sometimes embedding themselves in the lower roof. So everything is really old, partly old, or nearing the end of its useful life on the roof. But we have good numbers. We're also including contingencies and escalation. We've just heard in 1 or 2 of the other comments that construction costs are both unpredictable, especially over the last couple of years, and it's wise to have contingency. The rest of our numbers have come from CVI contractors, and they are the ones building the spire as we speak, so they've given us real-world numbers as well. As I say, the Properties Committee and the trustees take our stewardship responsibility seriously. We would like to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the building, but we want it to be here for the 300th anniversary. So we need to put a high-quality roof on it and make the interior renovations that flow from doing a roof carefully. So the need is urgent. The estimated costs are realistic. We urge you to support it. And with that, I would like to introduce Lynn Spencer, our architect.
Thank you, David. I'd like to call for the 7th inning stretch. I'm sure all of you would love to have a little bit of that, but if you'll bear with me, I'll take you through some of these images. As David has indicated, we've had experience in Plymouth before. We worked on the National Pilgrim Meeting House, the 1749 courthouse. We're on the Spire Center now. We do this work by actually getting deeply involved. So the images that you're seeing on this slide are a result of a lift survey that I, with my colleague Doug Manley, did over a year ago. You have a roof that actually probably dates from the late 19th century. We see a skylight that was introduced in 1914, Imagine being in the gallery here. In the early days, what was the source of illumination? Natural light. So what happened is that as the hall evolved over time, and David spoke about the original architect, Alexander Parrish, but other architects came into the mix, and their concepts of how to treat these galleries changed. So the main gallery was once illuminated by daylight through the windows. They were filled in so that there could be more wall space for gallery display, and the skylight was introduced as a way of providing some natural daylight. That skylight, along with the roof, was a real focus of our initial investigation. There it is up close. So what is a skylight? It's letting natural light in, but it is also letting enormous potential of water penetration. We think that it was probably initially covered over during World War II to block any light coming out of the building because of the concern about protection during the war. Over time, the skylight has proved to leak, sometimes intermittently, sometimes persistently. And then the building committee several years ago had it fully covered with a membrane to sort of forestall, to hold back the water. We're also looking at that slate roof, and it's a little bit difficult to see given the lighting in this room, but if you look carefully at that roof, you will see areas of brown. I don't know if I've got another image here. Nope. You'll see areas that look like almost a brown slate. And we looked at this and said, ooh, what is that all about? Well, that's because what is slate? It's a sedimentary material. It's compressed clay compressed over the eons, but when the slate, depending on the quality of the slate, begins to degrade, it does so by shaling off. You can actually see the sedimentary layers exposed to the elements. And so our job was to say not only what to do with the skylight, what is a sensible recommendation, but with it, we looked at the roof itself, which was well past the end of its service life. As we wrestled with the skylight, we were in a situation where we were not only looking at, what it means for visitors in the gallery not to expect any water or have to step around puddles, but we were actually, shaken by, in fact, the responsibility of preserving the artifacts, the works of art, the irreplaceable objects that are in this gallery. And here you're seeing an image of what we are envisioning. As David has alluded to, Donna mentioned, we have a couple of things. What to do with the skylight after numerous building committee meetings and a lot of sort of hand-wringing, true hand-wringing, because the skylight is, in fact, a character-defining feature. It is something that is important for the architectural integrity of the building. But our job was to not only preserve the integrity, but to ensure the longevity of the investment. And after considerable debate, we came upon this solution. A, cover the skylight. Allow the sort of, if you will, the path of the skylight to exist both within the gallery as well as outside. What can we do? We are proposing to entirely replace the slate roof with a high-quality Vermont structural black slate, and then to cover the skylight itself with copper. That way, the skylight as a feature is preserved, but it is made weather-tight for the protection of the collections within. As I said, it's a heavy responsibility, and it's one that the museum and the trustees take very seriously. We cannot allow water into this space. We need to be able to control daylight, which actually can cause objects to degrade because of ultraviolet light. So the solution is cover the skylight on the outside, but preserve the quality of it through an innovative lighting system designed by Lamb Lighting. And that is basically LED lights embedded in a sheet material that can be set to different settings. It's an economical and respectful way of treating this important feature. We also had recommended relocating the linear duct, which you see in the image on the upper right. That is now centered along the peak of the roof, and we're removing it and creating two ducts, oval-shaped, that you see aligned, threaded through the iron trusses that hold that roof up. That affords another opportunity to provide sensitive lighting that actually can be integrated into the ducts or the sides of the ducts. So, short story, there's more to this museum. In the adjoining library, we will also be protecting the roof over that area, which is a membrane roof, as well as replacing the roofs over the 2008 edition. We're doing that with a thermal welded seam roof, but within the library itself, we're using this occasion to enhance the lighting, as well as allow lighting to now exist with the skylights, with the stained glass windows at the end of the room. What does it mean to do this work? It's work that requires not only a very well-developed set of contract documents, plans and specifications, but a well-developed sense of schedule and respect for the museum's operation and the public while this is taking place. So with this, I will turn it back over to Donna, who will talk in greater detail about what it means to protect the collection while the construction is taking place.
And just very briefly, I know it's a long evening, but as you can see, the main hall is the repository of the greater part of the collection of artwork that's been in the care of the museum. Some of those pieces have been on display since we opened 199 years ago, and they are too large to fit through the door. So they must be taken apart. So in consultation with a conservator who actually conserved the large Sargent painting on the rear wall of the museum back in 2014, that was funded by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the tune of about $250,000 for one painting. He has recommended that it is possible for us to remove these other canvases from their frames, to treat them in sort of a partial measure, roll them up, remove them from the building, bring them to the conservation lab where they can have some additional restoration work done. We will keep the large frames in place and the restored painting that was done in 2014 in place in a microclimate enclosure that has to have humidity and temperature controls in order to ensure that the artwork isn't damaged. But the logistics of emptying out that room are going to be considerable. It's going to be expensive. And the goal of the organization is to continue to have public access to the building in the other galleries that are not impacted by this work. So we plan to have Pilgrim Hall Museum remain open during this logistically challenging time. And we do anticipate that some visitors may not wish to visit us because not all the galleries will be available for viewing. So in our budget, you will see we have factored in a very modest amount of money for some lost revenue. That isn't anything we're asking CPC to fund. That's part of what we expect to have to be able to replace in order to support continuing operations during this project. But that number was put in there because we think it's a realistic assessment of the financial burden that we're going to face as we tackle this project. The overall cost of this phase of the project with all the elements that Lynn described is $5.27 million. As I said before, we're asking CPC for a large amount of that, $3.2 million. In the past 20 years, we have received CPC funds 3 times before for a total of $565,000. And with that seed money that was given to us for other projects we've done, We were able to successfully complete capital projects in excess of $5 million. So that was a pretty good return, we think, on that seed money that CPC gave us. The match in this case is larger. We've just come through the period of the pandemic. It hasn't been an easy time for any cultural organization, and this is just so much more critical because it really does impact our ability to care for these things in an immediate way. We're happy to take any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from any members of the board for any of the presenters we've already heard? Mr. Bletzer?
I want to make a comment, then I have a question for Donna. I was lucky enough last year, I met with the delegation from Ireland that came over, and the county, the sister county from Ireland was coming over to meet the officials from Plymouth County. And they called me in advance and wanted to know they had to have somewhere to have this event, somewhere to, have lunch. And they needed somewhere historic. And absolutely, this is the place they chose, the museum. And we had a great day. My first time, I have to admit, my first time probably in a long time that I went in there, and you gave me a tour, and my eyes were open to what's in that museum. I never realized the irreplaceable artifacts in there. It was great what I learned. The Irish delegation was just, they loved it. They loved the whole experience. And they were here to talk about, Derek, our town manager, was there. They were talking about the blue economy and tourism. So it was an important meeting, and it was topped off with visiting that museum was very important to them. So the question, I'm going to segue into my question. You showed me some artifacts there that, forget about what's out, but what about the stuff you can't display? You have a ship from the 1600s that from down in Eastham, I believe it is, that you can't even display it. You don't have the room to display it, and that amazed me right there. And also, you're afraid to put some artifacts out because they're gonna get destroyed by water. So this is a very serious renovation that you need there. And I just want to say that museum is so important to our tourism. We have Lee Filson out there. She can agree with that. It's so important to our tourism. In fact, I suggest that every motel, restaurant, every business in town, hotel, bed and breakfast, have brochures and tell people when they're visiting Plymouth to go see that museum. Because it's really, it's amazing the things you're going to learn there. I mean, I learned so much in my hour visit to that museum. So it's very important. We don't have enough events or things for our tourists to do in Plymouth. This is one, the museum is so important, and that building is so important to our downtown. The only request and I've said this to you before, is I wish we could staff it 7 days a week, so people could visit 7 days a week. But I know there's staffing issues, but it's very important. And again, I'm going to say, like I said before, that this is exactly what we should be using CPA monies for. I really believe that. So I'm all in favor of this. But could you explain about some of what I just asked about, some of the artifacts and some of the things that you can't put out?
We have a large collection and a small gallery space. So there are always going to be a rotation of things that are on display, and we do try to rotate some of these things. But we have some amazing things that are quite unique, including one of the oldest colonial shipwrecks in America, and that is the remains of a vessel recovered off Cape Cod during the Civil War that dates to the late 16th, early 17th century, and we believe it to be the vessel referenced by William Bradford, carrying the very first Irish to Plymouth Colony. Believe it or not, there was a little group of Irish folks here in Plymouth for about a year, and we think it is the remains of that vessel, and we've done a lot of research on that. And someday we hope to have a special exhibition where that would be displayed and the public would be able to enjoy it again. There's very high interest in that particular object. But there are a myriad and one things that we could talk about in the collection. I will say I was very happy that you took a recent tour. And remember, Charlie, we are free to Plymouth residents, so any Plymouth resident can walk through, and they will really be amazed at what is in there, especially if they haven't passed through our doors in a few years.
Listen, my fellow board members, if you haven't been there, get a tour, go see this museum. It's phenomenal. So it's a must-see, I believe.
We work very closely with Sea Plymouth. They do all kinds of wonderful collaborative marketing that we can afford as a small institution. We're very grateful to have
So
our...
you can get, Harry can get in free.
Yes, Harry can come in for
Harry
free.
has gotten in free in the past.
Okay. Apropos of nothing, members of the board are encouraged to restrict discussion to discussion, and I will give members of the board as much time as they'd like during discussion to make discussion. But with that in mind, does any member of the board have any questions? Mr. Mahoney, did you have a question?
Just, Donna, I just want to make sure that you follow up with the finance director. Obviously, one of the benefits to this project is that the construction timeline is going to be September, October of '24 through the spring of '25, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so even though this is a big ask, and I do support it, the benefit here is that I hope, God willing, the CPC in April will sponsor a debt paydown article so that you don't need the money until about 12 months from now. In that process, I would certainly advise you to sit down with the finance director to see exactly how that process works. And, you know, God willing, we'll be able to take that 3.2 in April, you know, to a lower figure, and then obviously those would be against FY25 revenues, and then in April of '25, hopefully go to town meeting for another ask to pay that down even further upon completion of the project against FY26 and significantly reducing, you know, obviously with the committee's approval, the $3.2 million exposure.
Our architect has designed the project to be phased, so the work is phased, so we will not need cash flow for a year from the vote of town meeting. And some of the earliest work will be the portions of the project that the society, that Pilgrim Hall Museum will be funding in some of the removal of the artwork and the conservation work. So there may be even a little bit more of a cushion on the cash flow that would be required from CPC funds. So that does give a little bit of relief in order to alleviate borrowing need as CPC funds are replenished on an annual basis. And I believe the estimates are about 4.5 to 5 million coming in annually for CPC over the next several years.
Thank you. Any other questions from any other members of the board? Mr. Helm.
So, according to Mr. Peck, signs of the degradation, the severe degradation of the roof began in 2017. When was the RFP for this work put out?
I would say that there's a little bit of misunderstanding. Active water in the main hall was actually not noticed until late 2021. Harry, there had been some flaking paint that was not really, the interior of the skylight had been painted, but that wasn't really recognized as a moisture problem, as a critical problem right away. And you have to realize that this part of the building is 32 feet high. And the only way for us to access the inside of it is to bring a scissor. There's one scissor lift that will fit through the doors of the original main hall building. And we did, when we did some paint work in might have been just before the pandemic, we did some paint work, 2019. But even then, it was not clear that there were moisture problems. I mean, obviously, painted on the inside of glass isn't necessarily a good level of adherence. But it was in November of 2021, in the fall of 2021, we were actually having an event in the building that had been rescheduled from the 2020 commemoration activities that were supposed to take place on Coles Hill. I think it was October of 21, actually. And they got rained out with a hurricane and asked for a place to have their ceremony, their remembrance ceremony. They had it in the museum. We accommodated that request, and during that rain is when we first saw rainfall. So it's been a shorter time for us to actually have been addressing the seriousness of this problem. And we have been up on our roof and all around our building. David, as the chair of our Properties and Facilities Committees, takes our committee out on an annual, multiple times a year, annual walkthrough of the building and maintains a facilities and maintenance schedule for us. It's not the wonderful 20-year version that was grant funded for the Art Guild, and we're a little jealous of that. But we do have a pretty robust maintenance and repair program, and it is monitored.
Mr. Peck, would you like to explain why you said that in 2017 you first started seeing signs of moisture penetration, and it wasn't just chipping,
No,
flaking
it
paint?
was chipping paint, and just to correct my boss here, it wasn't just coming off the skylights. It was coming off the main ceiling at both ends.
You mentioned degradation of plaster.
Yeah, it was, so whether it was thick paint or plaster, there were flakes coming down at both ends beyond the skylight, which is why we repainted in 2019, and it took us a while. We had to get several painters to give us a bid. She was saying it's very hard for the painters to get up to 32 feet, but that started. We also bought a moisture meter that you can put up against masonry walls and plaster walls and measure the moisture in it. And even though sometimes you wouldn't see things, you might see some bubbling paint. But there are many areas in the older building where it goes off the meter. If anybody's ever used a moisture meter. So the hints were coming 2017, 2018. We got the ceiling repainted in 2019. Also, adding to the timeline, we did some HVAC work during the 2020 COVID break. But actually, in one way, it was good that we had COVID, so we had time to do it. But that's when some buckets were needed in the lobby and one or two other spots. So that it's been a growing sort of exponential set of signs that the roof is failing in different ways.
Okay.
I mentioned the old slate roof, and it's, Lynn mentioned the look at it. It's a little hard to see in that. But individual pieces are sliding off and then sticking in the roof. So I've got a picture showing it at 90 degrees from the roof because it penetrated the roof. We've had to use lots of tubes of caulk around the skylight and around other things over the last couple of years. And we've put the big, I'll call it the big Band-Aid over the skylight. So it's a rubber roof over the entire skylight, which has worked, knock on wood. But it's just sending us messages. It's risen to the top of our many needs, but it's the absolute priority because we don't want to keep Band-Aiding it and supporting the caulk industry.
I certainly understand. So in 2017, these hints and messages and water damage started to become evident, yet there was no concern that the roof, which was nearing 100 years old, might need to be replaced in the near future?
No, there was concern, but slate roofs last a long time, even when they look like they've aged a little bit. And so the hints were there, and the sort of growing number of hints, but that was part of our sort of longer-term look. I mean, we in fact, in 2017, did a complete engineering assessment, engineering report from the same engineers, by the way, GGD, as sort of a kickoff of understanding our longer-term facility needs. But as I say, so roof, we could look at it in 2017, 2018, but it wasn't creating puddles until 2021.
Okay, but so the hints and messages were not paid attention until there were buckets needed. So starting in 2017, okay, there was no idea that coming up was going to be a $3 million expenditure.
Yeah, go
Sure, you
ahead.
jump right in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I have some questions for you, too.
So here's how we go about things, because you've been hearing from David, they were seeing evidence of plaster flaking and so on from within. What did we do? We brought in an aerial lift. We were up there on a 90-foot lift so we could go all over that roof. We could look at the gutters, we could look at the state of the slate, we can actually lift up areas around the skylight. And it was really that effort, which was sponsored by the building committee and the trustees, that gave clarity to the state of that roof.
Okay, and that clarity was, the state of the roof is
That it needs.
A-okay? Is
No,
it?
no, the state of the roof is that it needs to be replaced in
Okay.
full.
Okay.
And
that was
as I
about-
mentioned, that
and
we are
was about
recommending.
when? And that was about when?
I began our work in 2022.
So there were 5 years where things were just progressing.
Well, again, I would say, again, when I came on board 2017, 2018, and I saw the flaking paint that ended up being, repaired and replaced, it could have been an old leak. It could have happened who knows when in the life of the, so that's when it sort of raised the issue. I will also say, we asked Lynn, because when Lynn was working on the meeting house, we asked the architect and I forget what the name of the company was that worked on the meeting house, to go up on the roof and give us advice. So we've been gathering advice that this is coming, but that's, it's a process, and it accelerated in 2022. That's why I went to the CPC a year ago with all the drawings that were shown by Lynn. So we weren't ignoring it, we were increasingly anxious.
Oh, that's very interesting phraseology. Lynn?
Yes.
On your cost estimate sheet that you gave us, when I look at the cost estimates, and I take basically page 1 of the cost estimates and figure with some, I'll give you some latitude, things like protection of objects in the main gallery and library, signage, logistics, disposal, insurance, $85,000. And I go through all of these Division 1, Division 2, 4. I even allow for the repointing of 2 brick chimneys in 4. Then you get to 7, which is actually the $1,400,000 for the roof.
Yep.
Okay, then there is 8, which is frame and sheathing for skylight infill. But it also includes framing for the lighting system, but I'll give you that as well. And 09 is drywall framing, taping, skylight infall, prep and paint the main gallery, which I'll give you, terrazzo floor restoration from the water pouring through the roof, I guess. So, go ahead.
Excuse me, I could just jump in. The terrazzo floor restoration is not related, we don't think, to the water pouring in or being collected in buckets, but more, one of the functions of terrazzo is it cracks over time as building movement takes place.
Yeah.
And I think that that's
Okay.
more likely the cause. of it.
Fair enough, but I'm going through, I'm looking at the costs here.
Sure.
So if I just take page 1, which has some license in it to the benefit of the costs of things that aren't really like repointing 2 brick chimneys relative to the roof, I come to $1,666,100. Okay. I then, if I go to page 2 and add in the $129,000 for main gallery packing, handling, transport, conservation, and also excess value insurance, which goes hand in hand with, I'm imagining, the work involved in replacing the roof. Okay, I add that on, and I come to $1,795,700 for the roof project. Okay.
Did you catch the HVAC cost?
Yeah, but I'm not, that's the HVAC, that's not the roof.
Okay.
No,
But
no,
it's
no, what I'm
related.
trying to divide out here is what is the actual cost of the roof? Because this is being presented as we are on the edge of a really bad disaster-like situation in our very important museum. And I am not questioning the importance of the museum, okay? As somebody who has Pilgrim forebears, okay, whose family comes from here originally, I understand the importance of our history, and I understand what the Pilgrim Hall Museum stands for and means across the country. So I'm not questioning that. What I'm questioning is asking $3,200,000 of the taxpayers of Plymouth when a roof, actually, from my calculations, comes in at, let's say, $1,800,000. Okay, that is $1,400,000 more than the replacement of the roof.
Right, so did you also add in the general conditions, overhead and profit insurances? I'm just curious about that.
I added in the things that are listed here.
Yeah.
I did not add in conservation of objects and artwork by qualified conservators. I didn't, the loss of revenue, I didn't include to the main gallery because I have a question about that, but that's a whole different thing. The new exhibit fabrication and installation in the main gallery, the exhibit design for the entire museum, the lighting for the main gallery and library, nor the AC system for the main gallery and lighting. All of the others from your cost estimate are included in that.
Okay.
So if there was something missing from the cost estimates, I did not include it.
Right, so what I was trying to actually lead the discussion towards is when we're dealing with the skylight, we're also dealing with the linear diffuser related to the HVAC system, and we're also dealing with the lighting. To me, they're integrated. Now, I understand, you're just trying to drill down on the roof, and I appreciate that. But our task as the architects and designers working with this was to look at an integrated project. And indeed, the museum and the trustees are actually raising considerable funds towards this project.
And let's talk about that, because that goes to the heart of why I asked about 2017. And I saw in the materials I got that fundraising did not begin until June of 2023, 3 months ago. So what about fundraising?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Helm, because...
But it is in the materials, Donna.
We didn't know in 2017 that we were facing this need. Sure. What we saw were, evidence of some paint failure in a room. That could happen in your own house, and you might think it's a lousy paint job. I mean, it's 32 feet high up above you, and I don't know when the room was last painted. I believe probably it was 2008. It's not an easy room to paint. So flaking paint is not necessarily an immediate indication that you're going to have to replace your roof. I had started my position at the museum in 2016. I can tell you in 2017, I didn't even know how old the roof was. And I still can't answer that for you clearly today, because there are many different portions of that roof that have been replaced piecemeal over time. So we have, as I said, a very robust system of maintenance. We've had roofers on the roof many a time. There are multiple little areas that have been leaking probably for a long time, and we look to find those. It's an old building. It's going to be 200 years old. This is not uncommon. But to determine the nature and scope of a problem takes time to investigate. In 2018, we restored the Steinway Library. That was one of the years we did receive a grant of $125,000 of CPC funds towards the restoration of the Guastavino tile ceiling. At that point, we were looking at the roofing area on the 1905 portion of the building. And there were some issues with that were repaired at that time. But what we have seen, and it is certainly something that is extended back well beyond 2017, I could say it's probably extended back for the last century or more, is a piecemeal approach. And it is, there's no more integrity to this patchwork. And that is the realization that we came to when we started to have active water in the building falling within a couple of feet of some of these iconic artworks, that this is a much more serious problem, despite a very constant level of care. There are just times when your knee gives out and you need to go to the surgeon and he's going to tell you it's time to replace it. Well, that's what's happened to us. And it's not because we haven't exercised our knee. We've looked carefully at this building and we monitor it and we take it seriously because we consider it to be an asset and treasure of this town. And so, yes, we do invest in it. I wish in 2017 I could have had a crystal ball. Maybe we'd have caught this sooner. Maybe it could have been done for a lot less expense. But that's just not the way it happened, and I think we showed due diligence at every stage of the way. So, I hope that addresses if you have some underlying concern about how we care for this building.
I don't have underlying concern about how you care for the building. I just have underlying concern about the timeline of this roof, quite frankly. The roof is the single most important aspect of a structure. I mean, I will tell you that the Veterans Administration and the FHA will not give a loan to a homeowner if the roof is not up to standard. I mean, so they understand that the roof is important. And I'm just questioning, let's forget about 2017 and the few years spent like just not really thinking about it. My question is, I noticed in the materials that fundraising for this project or anything around the roof or anything like that, knowing, let's say 2021, this was a problem because you were putting buckets out, did not begin until June of 2023, which is just a few months ago.
That doesn't mean that expense was not incurred and paid for, because from that time forward, all of this investigation, I don't get up on the roof and do it. We've brought in multiple organizations. We paid for earlier on, design and engineering work and other work, and all of these things have been additional expenses that our organization has incurred to be able to develop plans and specs. All of that fundraising has been done, and we're not bringing that to you at this point in time. We've funded that independently already. So it's not quite accurate to say we haven't been fundraising to try to address these problems. We have been, and we've been expending that money to develop the project. Project development is expensive, and we have raised money for that. Now that we know what our actual costs are based on real-world estimates, I can actually launch a capital campaign, because it's very difficult to do that when you don't know exactly how much money you need to raise. So we have started in a more concerted way to raise funds because we need to come up with $2.1 million in match for this first phase of a project that has a larger component that we're also going to address. So we're moving forward on two fronts, raising money for the 2.1 that we need to match the 3.2 that we're asking for. And that is what has begun aggressively this year. We received other funds and monies that were expended toward this project, but they were that pre-development work. So I'm not including those in this effort. Since June, when we started fundraising specifically for this phase of the project, right now we have $639,000 that we have raised. We have also raised for our larger project, the additional scope that is not included in what we're doing with the town, another $200,000 for that work that will affect our archives when we are able to reach phase 2. So since June, we have raised $800,000, and I would say that's a pretty good amount of money for us to do for a small organization like ours, and it gives me confidence that as we go forward, we will be able to be successful, and a year from now, when we need to have that cash flow in hand, we will be able to proceed with this project work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from any other members of the board? All right. Move approval. Mr. Mahoney has moved that we recommend town meeting approve Article 9D. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It has been seconded. Any discussion from any members of the board as to whether or not we should recommend town meeting approve Article 9D? Mr. Quintal.
I'll be brief, I know it's late. I'm gonna say that I got a call from Mr. Brown to come down there a couple months ago, and Donna was kind enough to take me through the building. and took her time, we took our time, and we went through the whole thing. A lot of what Charlie saw is what I saw, and, you know, I'm gonna support this wholeheartedly. It's a great piece of history for our community. I'm not gonna get into all that right now, being the hour, but this shouldn't surprise you. The town is famous for doing just the patchwork. This is the same story you're gonna hear on every building going forward, until this community, and I hope town meeting's really listening, starts setting up a fund to start maintaining our buildings. And I'm not gonna go on for hours, but it comes right to me. I think it was last year or the year before, Nathaniel Martin needed their roof done. I went and spoke before various committees in favor of that project, and thank goodness it's being done, and it looks great. And next is Memorial Hall, and wait till you start fixing the roof on the building you're in now. I see some of the slates moving already. I mean, these things have to be planned out and money set aside. We need funding. We need employees, and we need funding. Thank you, that's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you, Mr. Quintal. Any other discussion? Mr. Helm?
I agree with Mr. Quintal. I think that he's right about the nature of how this town has proceeded with building projects in the past. Patchwork is a very interesting and I think apropos word to use. My concern with this project is, and this, you know, this coexists side by side in my mind with support and understanding of what the Pilgrim Hall Museum is and represents and its importance to this town. I think that what Mr. Quintal is saying is something that I've been saying. All of our departments, all of our institutions, all of the aspects of our town that ask for taxpayer money, which this is an example, need to sharpen themselves. They need to get out of 30, 40, 400 years ago and start thinking about what is really going on around them. And you know, Donna and I are going to totally disagree on this, but I think that this roof was clearly, from the pictures that I've seen, it's been a problem for a little while. Certainly a number of years where fundraising could have begun in earnest, but instead it was not. And now the taxpayers of Plymouth are being asked to pay for it. I'm not saying that it's, you know, it's something surprising that the taxpayers of Plymouth are being asked to pay for it. It's, in fact, very common that the taxpayers of Plymouth are asked to pay for the fact that our administration of all sorts of projects has been faulty over time, and that even the best of our procedures are informed by 400 years of procedures that don't meet up with the expectations of the year 2000 and beyond. And we need to get there. And I personally question if this is about a roof replacement, which it does say that the project name is the Pilgrim Hall Museum Roof/Skylight Project, that it should focus on the roof and skylight. Now, I understand Lynn saying that the architects are going to look at it holistically, but I'm looking at it as a resident or as a representative of the taxpayers of Plymouth. And I'm going to vote no on this, not because I don't believe that they need a new roof, and I don't believe that it's not desperate, but at some point, the taxpayers of Plymouth have to stop footing the bill for the mistakes that are made. And this is a time for that to begin happening.
Thank you, Mr. Helm. Any other discussion from any other members of the board? Seeing none, I will add that I agree with Mr. Quintal, particularly in relation to our need to focus on facilities maintenance as a community. I don't like the price tag. I have some questions about some of the items being included in it. I understand the presentation that was given, but given the price tag, I have some concerns about that. Nevertheless, this is a core part of Plymouth's identity. These are some priceless things that if we were to lose them, we'd never be able to get them back. So despite my not being in love with all aspects of it, and certainly not with the price tag, I am going to vote in favor of it. But that's all I'll say. I won't belabor the point. Any other discussion from any other members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. This is a vote as to whether or not we recommend town meeting approve Article 9D. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
No.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
And myself, yes. So in a vote of 4 in favor, 1 in opposition, and no abstentions, we will recommend town meeting approve Article 9D. So before we go to the next article, I will point out that according to the policies and procedures of the Board of Selectmen as adopted on January 17th, 1995, over 28 years ago, if a meeting has not yet concluded, the board shall adjourn meetings automatically at 11 p.m., and no additional business can be brought up after that time. A motion is required to continue beyond that time and only to conclude the item being discussed. So, I say that because in the last 2 hours, we've covered 4 CPC articles, and we have 5 left to go. So we might want to
I think it's going to start to accelerate.
pick up the pace a little bit.
Well, I think
It may, but I'd rather not, rather than making this announcement at 10:56, I figured 9:56 was a more fair way to do it. So just be aware of that going forward. That is the procedural rules. With that in mind, Mr. Cohan, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Article 9E is a recommendation by the Community Preservation Committee. It's an open space request. See people exiting. I let people exit so I don't get distracted, easily distracted. Okay. So it's an open space recommendation. It's really centered around well protection. The property is owned by a local family that's been cranberry growing in this vicinity. They entered into an agreement with the United States Department of Agriculture. They went after a grant program that buys up agricultural rights and bogs on water resources. So the family that owned the property entered into an agreement where their agricultural rights were purchased away. We had the property appraised and the remaining interest on the property. The remaining interest came in at about $210,000, the appraisal, for the 50.2 acres of land of bogs and uplands around Rocky Pond Road. The owners of the property have agreed to a bargain sale of $175,000. And again, as I indicated before, this acquisition is about protecting a water well, town well, and water protection in this vicinity. The Office of Marine and Environmental Affairs has been working with this family for a number of years, and a number of families in this vicinity, protecting the water resource for the town of Plymouth. Obviously, this area is ecologically significant. It includes coastal plain pond, vernal pools, core habitat, rare species that are adjacent to a priority rare species habitat. So the area itself is significant beyond just the water protection, but the other attributes environmentally are critical in protecting this area, which is a water core buffer area to our town water supply. It abuts nearly, also not only does this acquisition encumber the pond, grassy pond, in the well, but it also abuts an additional 67 acres of land that is owned by the town of Plymouth. So we're expanding on what has been taking place in this area with the coordination with the town of Plymouth and its Office of Marine Environmental Affairs, bringing forth opportunities of water protection and habitat protection in this vicinity. Here we are where the property is located. You can see right here, outlined, is the property that we're speaking of. This is Great South Pond right here. Low Pond is over here. This is Billington Sea coming down this way. And this is heading out to the town, to the state forests. So you can see in this vicinity, there's quite a bit of conservation area that has been amassed through the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the town of Plymouth, protecting these water resources in this area. You can see another slide here. We go in, and you can see little grassy pond there. Not a big pond, but it's right there. And that's the pond that I was talking about in the water resources. These are the cranberry bogs that were operating in the area, obviously having a great effect on Little South Pond, which is in the middle of our town forest next to Great South Pond. So obviously taking these cranberry bogs out of production is a good thing, because obviously the fertilizing and all the other chemicals associated with pest control when growing cranberries would be taken from the water supply. So again, it's about water protection, habitat protection, about building on conservation land. It's at $175,000, and we hope that you support this article for fall town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Any questions from any members of the board? Okay, Mr. Quintal.
Bill, I just have one question. When you do the CR on this piece of property, will it be space if the town needs to move water or any utility in the future, say 20 years from now, 10 years from now?
So we probably would have the engineering department look at it. Sid Cashy used to look at a lot of these requests to make sure that the land that was falling into conservation, where there was a road passing through it, that there would be some accommodation for possible future drainage. Is that what you're speaking of?
Not drainage, like if we had a well or we're trying to get water from one part of town to another. I just want to make sure that town meeting's aware that these conservation restrictions leave it open to the future, just like utilities or absolute needs of the community, not for any building purposes or anything like that.
We can check
In
with
other words,
the...
if we had to run a water pipe through there, could we do it?
I'd have to get a clarification. My understanding is that when you use community preservation funds for the purpose of protection of the land, a certain level of development would not be allowable, but I can check and to see if a utility easement is something that, a utility activity, bringing water or electricity through the area. I can check for a clarification on that for you.
Mr. Brindisi, do you have anything you could add in relation to that?
Nothing to add other than I agree with Mr. Quintal that having the ability to have utility easements or donut hole properties, which have been done in the past for a water source, would be extremely important as we continue to put conservation restrictions on hundreds and hundreds of acres of land in town.
I don't think you can have a utility easement on CPA conservation.
No, I think that it's important to note that the monies that have been set aside by the residents of Plymouth for open space protection are for open space protection. So development of these sites in these manners would not be allowed.
Right, but presumably the residents also want to be able to get potable water.
Yes, and this money is designed to protect the water resource. Now, if the town wanted to build a well, they would have to find those funding sources and invest in the land in the well. That would be a separate use of the fund.
Mr. Mahoney, something to add or a question of your own?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Quintal and Mr. Brindisi. We have to be more strategic with respect to donut holing out the ability to put in infrastructure. But on this one, we're not talking about constructing a well. The example I heard from Mr. Quintal was, and I agree, what if there's a well somewhere else, just getting it from point A to point B?
Right.
I'd be happy if we just had the permission to, run a pipe through there. So I toured this property. I'd have the
seek
town manager
clarification.
ask the department head, Mr. Gould, about how that's going to work. So I toured the property with Mr. Brindisi and Mr. Gould. His intention is, this is protecting your existing water resources, and he already, I believe, has money lined up for a restoration. The intention is to do a wetlands restoration. There is a small amount of infrastructure left on the property. He already knows about that and his intention to take care of it. But I would have the town manager follow up with Mr. Gould about asking that question.
Okay, I mean, we're voting on it tonight, so getting a follow-up is nice and all, but we have to make a decision this evening about this.
I can provide some clarification on that, that if, when you place a conservation restriction on the land, you're not going to be able to dig it up and put a pipe through it. So we can get some further clarification. My understanding of the conservation restrictions that we're required to put because of the use of the CPA fund requires a level of protection that might make that process difficult. But we can always seek the clarification, but I know that this money is set aside for preservation, and in the past restrictions of the allowable activities, that may not be allowable.
Okay, any other questions from any other members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, do I have a motion to recommend town meeting approve Article 9E?
Move approval.
Mr. Mahoney has moved. Do I have a second? Mr. Canty will second, since the procedural rules also allow the chair to make motions and second. So it has been moved, it has been seconded. Any discussion from any members of the board about whether or not we should recommend town meeting approve Article 9E? Mr. Mahoney.
So I understand the concern, and we have to do a better job moving forward, identifying these opportunities to, the term was donut holes, the ability to put an infrastructure out. Even if that doesn't exist on this property, I still support this purchase, but I request the town manager reach out to the department head and ask if it is possible, A, and B, would that still, in the future, restrict our ability to, get water from wherever the well is sited out there to another section of the community, by going, circumventing the said 50 acres.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. Any other discussion? Mr. Hell.
I agree with Mr. Mahoney. Given that land is increasingly in short supply, it does mean we are reaching a point where we need to know the answer to that question when we are considering these articles, not for future. At some point, I'll update you before town meeting after we've already approved it. We need to know beforehand, so we need to know what those rules and regulations are around what can or cannot happen on conservation land. So I'm echoing what Mr. Mahoney said.
Any other discussion from any other members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. Once again, alphabetically through the roll. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
No.
Thank you. And myself, no. That brings us to Article 9F. Mr. Cohan?
Article 9F is a recommendation to acquire 23.6 acres, more or less, off of Rocky Hill Road. The applicant or the owner of the property is Manomet Inc. They're a science research facility in Manomet, formerly known as the Manomet Bird Observatory, now known as Manomet Inc., an international organization that tracks migrating species up and down the eastern seaboard and through Plymouth. So the 23 acres has nearly 400 feet of frontage on Plymouth Bay off of Rocky Hill Road. It contains 3 distinct areas of landscape. You have a maritime forest, which is unique. You have wetlands and vernal pools on the property, and extensive frontage on Cape Cod Bay, which is obviously a whole different habitat along the coastal bluff area and the beach itself. It's designated as ecologically significant in terms of the coastal natural community systems that are supported by this coastal forest and the marine shrubs that are in this area that allow this migrating activity to take place through this location. And it is it is not only a form of habitat protection and open space protection, but it's also a place where we can have passive recreational activities. Passive recreational activities would be have a parking trailhead. We would be developing areas for hiking trails so that people can hike out to the peninsula of this property, because it is kind of the point, this Rocky Hill, Pine Hills area, as you can see, is kind of the point, peninsula of the Pine Hills and Rocky Point. It sticks out right here. This is Rocky Hill Road. And this is the area that we're looking at preserving. It was originally owned by a family called the Sayers family, who donated their land to the Manomet Inc., which is the science research facility. They own this land, and they can dispense of it how they will. They approached the CPC. We had it appraised. It appraised for $1,200,000. This request is for $1,210,000. There was a small building, well, there was a residential home on this site that Manomet Inc. had to go through the permitting process to take the building down. So all the asbestos, all the lead, all the testing that was associated with this building was conducted by the current owner and has been completed to the satisfaction of the permitting agencies relevant to the demolition of this building. It does remain a cement slab in a remnant of a chimney. That's why the article does include an additional $10,000 if it is the desire for the town to take down this chimney that was part of this home in this slab. It was left there by the current owner with the thought that they would build a pavilion, and underneath it they'd have educational opportunities. It was one of the things that they were talking about. So they didn't demolish the entire structure. There's still a remnant of the structure left. There you can see kind of Plymouth Bay to the north and Rocky Hill to the west, Rocky Hill Road, and the property itself. There'd be a small turnoff where you would come off the road and you could pull off for a few cars to turn around safely and then exit the property. It's something that David Gould has looked into with Manomet Inc. They've looked at the site, checking the sight lines, and the committee would work with that office in creating signage and an area where you can pull off. There's currently a road that takes you all the way back to where this house was. That would be gated because we wouldn't want people to go deep into the property. We would keep people right up on Rocky Hill Road, so when you passed by the property, you could look and see where who is on the property or not. We found that's very important for safety issues, to know that there's no one deep onto the property with a vehicle. So it would be gated, and we would utilize the existing trails through the area. There are some nice, obviously there's the driveway that takes you out to this location where you have a view of the bay, and then there are some existing trails through this area here. The abutter to the direct south is the power plant, so that's the direct butter to the south. To the west here, we have the 1,500 acres that stretch west. Obviously, there is a great deal of forested area to the west of this property. This property, by protecting this area and its habitat, does create a wildlife corridor from the ocean to the back forest and uplands. So there's a lot of different reasons why we'd want to preserve something like this, not only for the opportunity for the residents of Plymouth to take advantage of waterfront property. There's not a lot of waterfront property left in this town for people to go and visit. If anybody went to Plymouth Beach this Labor Day weekend, it was very difficult to get on the beach, and its waterfront access for its residents is a very difficult task. So anytime we have an opportunity where we can protect or preserve or open up a parcel of land. This area of Rocky Hill is quite rocky, so it's not really a place that you would go down and swim or recreate on the beach. It's a very cobbly, rocky, bluff area. We wouldn't be advocating any stairs to the beach or any infrastructure to the beach. It really is just a scenic overlook for passive recreational use. And that concludes our presentation on Article 9F.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Mahoney?
Bill, you are 100% correct. The community does a poor job of providing quality waterfront access, and whenever we can secure that, whether it be freshwater or the ocean, we need to make a move, and that's one of the reasons I support this article. But having said that, so your slides say that there's 400 foot of frontage. In the packet on 174, it says there's 500 foot of frontage, and I swear to God, when we first started discussing this as a committee, this potential purchase, it was initially rolled out as 800 to 900 foot of ocean frontage. So I'm seeing three different numbers here, and so where did these statistics come from?
They come from the maps that were provided by the applicant. They're the maps that are displayed on pages
Anyways,
167 and 166.
I'm on what, you talking about pages now?
Pages, yeah.
So look at 174.
Right.
Project summary.
Yep.
Second sentence, second paragraph, 500 foot of frontage. So you're telling me to go back to what, 164?
167.
Oh, wait, yeah, it's 167. Let me just make sure that it's the right page.
It doesn't look it.
Hang on.
Anyways, it's not going to deter me from supporting this. The other thing is, the committee took a different tack on this one. The purchase price is $1.2 million. We included $10,000 for the potential removal of existing infrastructure. Your department head has made a site visit. He has advised me that the $10,000 is more than sufficient for the removal of any existing infrastructure, chimney, et cetera. And this is a philosophy that the finance director would love to see the committee continue to embrace moving forward. Oh, and the other thing I'd like to, I know you want to hear this under discussion, but...
I sure do.
Yeah.
But you're going to say it now anyway.
All right, I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bledsoe, any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. So, Bill, you said there's access to you can walk down to the water?
No, so there's
To see the water, it's not all woods?
So when you get out to this point, excuse me, when you get out to this location here, there's a natural trail that takes you to this location where the former residence was. You can see through the lower canopy, you can see the ocean at a distance. We're not advocating building any infrastructure to the beach. There's a rough cliff that takes you down, and then a very rocky beach there. So we're not advocating that. We're advocating people visiting the property, hiking the property, and then looking over this banking and this bluff out to sea. So it's a scenic vista that we're advocating.
Can this land be developed?
Yes, it could be developed, yeah. It could be developed.
Because,
it
I mean,
was
that-
appraised based on its development capability, correct?
I mean, that's a prime, it's prime property. I understand open space and you want access to the beach, but that doesn't look like access to the beach.
Well, we're advocating the ability.
How high is that, by the way?
I don't know the exact measurement of the bluff, but in this vicinity, it's more than 40 feet, 40 feet up. But
It's all rocks.
some
I'm pretty familiar with it.
Correct. It's very rocky coast, high bluff area. It wouldn't be cost prohibitive to put a staircase down to the water there due to the storm and the weather conditions. We would lose those stairs. By the time you got down to the water, you'd be kind of climbing over rocks. So one of the things that we were advocating here is that not all waterfront property would be the easiest water to get to. This was about going to a property that was undeveloped and looking out to the ocean, the scenic vistas and the hiking and the passive recreational capability. This is different from Plymouth Beach or some other public beach.
So you want
Yeah.
to, so you're talking about walking trails.
Correct.
Access to get there, I mean, you go past the power plant and, is there a marked road to even get in? And is there you get parking for a few cars?
Yes, so
Seems
Similar
like
to
a-
other preserves, you have trailheads, and the trailheads have a limited number of parking capability. Obviously, this isn't a situation like Plymouth Beach, where you have a big sandy beach and it's easy to get to and you're attracting hundreds of visitors. This is more of a passive recreational area where a few cars will pull off, people will hike out, look out at the sea, look at this area undisturbed. That is similar to a number of the conservation parcels of land in the town of Plymouth, where we have a trailhead that carries maybe 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 cars. Center Hill Preserve is a pretty active place this weekend. It never reached its full capacity. We have 2 trailheads there with a total of 12 parking spaces. But at no point did that site become overwhelmed during this Labor Day weekend. Where that beach, you can actually hike and sit on the beach and you can get into the water there. So some of these places are a little bit different where they're hiking in and hiking out. It kind of limits the attraction to some people, but other people enjoy the hiking experience and looking out at the ocean, and that is what the property offers.
And again, Chairman Quinto's question about utilities, access with utilities, it's still.
I believe you're
And
yeah.
is there a potential well site there?
I do not know where the potential well sites are in this vicinity. That's something the town would have to research. I know that your town manager is going to look in with council about development capability of the land. But I can tell you that the purpose of this Community Preservation Fund and its requirement of a conservation restriction is for that, to conserve the land and protect the land. In this case, it is a passive recreational area protecting habitat of migrating species in a coastal area, but also giving the residents the ability to hike in and look out at the sea.
Any other questions from any other members of the board? Here, okay, Mr. Helm.
Bill, just real quickly, you mentioned the turnaround, the parking area at Rocky Hill Road. How big do you envision that to be? How many cars do you envision allowing?
I leave that to town staff to determine how they want to pursue that. The committee stands by and in any way to help with its use of its administrative fund to help develop a parking trailhead. This is what we've been doing for 21 years around the town of Plymouth, working with staff and developing trailheads and fencing and signage.
Did you speak to any of the staff about this?
I did speak to David Gould.
Okay, and what did David think?
David Gould had a chance to go down to the property and look at it. He thought it was adequate where he could get vehicles in safely and turn around and leave so that there's no, at all, any backing up at this location.
Okay, but no idea about how many cars and therefore how many people would be able to use it at any given time?
I think the discussion was centered around maybe 4 or 5 parking spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from any other members of the committee? Seeing none, do I have a motion to recommend town meeting approve Article 9F?
Motion.
Mr. Helm has moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Mahoney has seconded. Has been moved and seconded. Any discussion from any members of the committee? Mr. Mahoney?
All right, so Holtec International controls 1,675 acres still in the community. Obviously, they're in the process of decommissioning a power plant that sits on a campus of 133 acres south of that highlighted area there. So strategically, it is a benefit for this community to have a foothold down there adjacent to them. Would I bet on the community of Plymouth of getting control eventually of the 133-acre campus site? I wouldn't bet on that, but I also wouldn't bet against it. So obviously, recently, we've been in negotiations with the plant on a pilot program. I will tell you that we are an executive on, I believe, Tuesday, August 8th, which I believe that is the day that Mr. Brindisi and Mr. Canty zoomed in from Japan at 6 or 7 a.m. Prior to getting on a bus to head to Tokyo for the plane ride back. So after you two hung up your remote participation, Mr. Gould was an executive with us and did outline a map and a theory of, if X amount of certain acres of the 1543 become conservation. You're trying to build a, some of it might end up in open space and recreation, and some of it might be developed for economic development, but he did show a map where it was the intention of getting people from the state forest through trail systems to come out on the Atlantic Ocean on that site. So that is definitely a benefit to this one here.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. Any other discussion from any other members of the board at this time? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote, once again alphabetically through the roll. Yes, no, or abstain when I reach your name. Mr. Bletzer, how do you vote?
I'm going to vote no on this.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
And myself, yes. So this is a vote of 4 in favor, 1 in opposition. So Article 9F passes. Did not announce Article 9E earlier due to the hour, but that 9E did get a 3-2 vote and will also be recommended. That brings us to Article 9G, the Community Preservation Act Recreational Hedges Pond Demolition Article. Mr. Cohan.
Thank you very much. Article 9G is a recommendation. The applicant is the town of Plymouth. They've been doing testing at Hedges Pond. The CPC did set aside $15,000 of its administrative funds so the town could do testing to determine what buildings were testing positive for asbestos and lead. It is the decision of the town, based on this testing activity, that they want to remove some cabins and some other buildings on the site. There was some cost estimates that were provided in the application that is attached to your briefing material. The recommendation is for $157,500 for the demolition of this infrastructure at Hedges Pond. I am prepared to take your questions if you have any.
All right, do we have any from the board for Mr. Cohen? Mr. Helm?
I noticed in some of the material, it mentions a handful of like 10 by 16 Reed's Ferry sheds. Did I read that correctly?
Say that 10 by 6?
10 by 16 or something or other. I'll have to look for it, but it mentions some Reed's Ferry sheds.
Reed Ferry sheds. I know that the sheds that exist on the site were constructed around the 1930s and 40s.
No. I understand that. Give me a minute.
Page
Move on.
165 lists Reed's Ferry sheds. Pricing is with removed windows, may move door to any wall. 165 contains a reference to an item, Reed's Ferry sheds.
I'm not sure of the reference of it. We have a number of small sheds that have tested positive. At the site, the inventory of buildings on the site obviously is the Great Hall. The Great Hall is joined by a boathouse down by the water and a small cabin down by the water. And then there is 2 large duplexes built in the 1990. They were not testing as problematic. There are 5 small sheds in an area just south of the property. I think those are the sheds that you're referencing, Mr. Helms, the 5 sheds that existed in that vicinity.
Actually, let me read. It says Reed's Ferry sheds. Pricing is with removed windows / may move door to any wall. Roof, gambrel, it says gamble, but it meant gambrel, parentheses, material cedar tongue. And then there's a 10 by 12 for $9,000, a 10 by 16 for $11,000, a 12 by 16 for $12,500, and a 14 by 16 for $14,000. And then oddly, it says underneath, cost $15,000. So I'm not sure exactly what this means.
So I know that when David was working on the testing of the buildings at this location, there were the cabins, but there were also some buildings that fit the description that were pump houses and well houses that were in the same vicinity that had to come down also. So there was a series of cabins, there was a couple of, there was a bathroom that was no longer in use, that was dysfunctional, and a pump house and some cabins. So that's the inventory of the buildings that are being tested and suggested for removal.
Well, to Mr. Helm's question.
Yep.
There's other items, environmental building, pump buildings, cabins out back that all list demo buildings underneath them. And then Reed's Ferry sheds, it's unclear if you're demoing or you're buying a shed. Because it looks like you're pricing the purchase of a Reed's Ferry shed there, none of which lines up with the $15,000 price tag that's listed. But nevertheless, it looks like a shed is being purchased, not demolished.
Yeah, so we're not, this money is not being put in place for purchasing any sheds, it's for demolition. These estimates that have been prepared by the Department of Marine Environmental Affairs might have been asking for other accommodations, but the $157,500 was the number that was given to us by the applicant for the purpose of demolition.
So the 150,
Mr. Bletzer, do you have a question?
I'm getting tired, Bill, I'm sorry. So the 157, it's to demo how many sheds?
There's approximately 4 cabins that need to come down. There is an abandoned bathroom that's never been in use, that's been boarded up, along with an old well pump house. So between the 4 cabins, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cabins, abandoned bathroom and pump house, that brings you to 7. And then there's a small cabin down by the boathouse, and that brings you to, I think, around 8 structures, varying size from 15 to 16 by 10 by 16.
So I see demo building, environmental building, that's 10,000. Are we adding this up?
Yeah.
And then demo building, 7,500.
Yep.
And then the cabins out back, 25,000.
How many of them are there?
I think there's 5.
That's for all of them.
Yeah.
Cabins plural out back.
So that's 25,000 total or 25,000
Yeah,
each?
25,000, no, total for the cabins out back.
It should be total, and that, just FYI, Mr. Bletzer, that brings the total cost to that point of this list of $42,500.
So now if you add the 15,000, that says 57.5. So why are we adding 15,000 for Reed's Ferry shed? Are you trying to buy a new shed for out there?
No, this, we're not proposing that.
So it should be 42 and not 50.
2,005.
Right. We were putting the money in play for the demolition that was recommended by Dave's office and Dave Gould, and so that was the number that we were staying to, but the action of town meeting wouldn't allow us to buy any.
So how much you were asking for, Bill?
I'm asking for what Dave Gould has filed with the committee, and the town has filed with the committee, which is $157,500.
So,
But that followed, go ahead.
so where's, there's 115,000 difference from what it cost to demo the buildings.
So
What is it?
100,000 of that is if it doesn't pass
Right.
this
Right.
lead test.
Right.
Oh,
So it's 57, the issue though is the other demo buildings add up to 42.5.
right.
And then it's unclear what this Reed's Ferry sheds is, whether it looks like we're buying a shed from how it's presented.
I would have to say that we are, because you add 15,000. So obviously, these 4 concepts are concepts that they've costed out, and they're saying the cost of the Reed's Ferry shed, wherever that's going to be, is going to be 15,000, probably because they want to put it on a pad or something. So they are adding to come to the 57.5 of the basic cost. And then if it, with a passing TCLP test, and if it fails, it's $157,500. So there is a $15,000 shed purchase being added in here.
Okay, so the article language is for demolition, so we wouldn't be buying any infrastructure. Now, applications might indicate different scenarios within their application, and you see what we have received, but the committee did not take up a discussion about buying a shed. The only discussions that were held at that time were about demolition based on the asbestos and lead testing that was being conducted by the town. So we're setting aside in the article for demolition and not the acquisition of anything.
Mr. Helm, a question?
Well, yeah, because I'm reading the article language, and it says to see if the town will vote to appropriate the fiscal year 2020, blah, 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 estimated revenues, community preservation reserves or other available funds, the sum of $157,500. And I think it's pretty clear that in that $157,500 is $15,000 for a shed. So yeah, you're asking, you know, for $157,500 for the demolitions of buildings. You are correct, you are asking for demolition of buildings, but that cost, okay, and it does mention, by the way, including all incidental and related costs. And I guess the question that I have is that $15,000 in incidental costs that maybe David is planning on.
Right.
Or
So-
maybe the person in the audience with his hand up may know. Can we have him?
If you ask a question of someone in the audience, they could answer it.
Well, I'm wondering what Mr. Lydon may know about this.
Steve Lyden. The only thing I can think of is replacing the shed where the guy sits to collect the fees to park there. That's the only place I could see to put a reed shed in.
That building was built in 2017, 2015, and obviously there was no asbestos or lead, and that building isn't being tested.
What about the environmental building?
Excuse me?
Sir?
The environmental building, well, there was some buildings that we determined, and we called them the environmental, you know, those buildings are from the 40s and 50s. Typically when bills come in for paying for an article related to an action of town meeting, the finance director would look at it in terms of the spirit of what is being presented to the department and what the article is reserved for. Right now, it's reserved for demolition, so that's what we're funding.
Okay, any other questions from any other members of the board? Dick doesn't have one? Okay. All right, do I have a motion to recommend town meeting approve Article 9G? Mr. Mahoney has moved, Mr. Bletzer has seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Mahoney?
So my understanding of this article was that it had a ceiling of 157. It potentially had a floor of around 60 or 70 grand. There's a lot of play in there with respect to the testing, the lead, what the ability of the DMEA to, the tipping fee of the disposal cost of this. So I would just request through the town manager that, maybe we can get a little synopsis from David, what's going on here, and then solve the case of the imaginary shed.
All right, any other discussion from any other members of the board? Mr. Helm?
Sorry, it has gotten late. I am going to vote yes on this, even though there is a $15,000 shed floating around somewhere on that property, in the hopes that prior to town meeting, Bill, you'll run that to ground and find out what it is.
Okay, any other discussion from any other members of the board? And none from Mr. Quintal, all right. Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote alphabetically through the roll, yes, no, or abstain when I reach your name. Mr. Bletzer, how do you
Yes.
vote? Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
It appears he's not on Zoom at the moment.
Mr. Quintal is absent. All right, and myself, no. That brings us to Article 9H.
Can you please put your microphone on?
Sorry about that. Article 9H is a article recommended by the Community Preservation Committee to reduce the borrowing from the original Stevens Field article. As you know, back in 2015, we dedicated $2 million towards the The renovations to Stevens Field, that renovation is gone out to bid. Hopefully, contracts will be signed sometime this fall, and the work will begin. In anticipation of this work approaching very quickly, we felt it was important to start moving available funds at $1,487,154 to be available for the construction as invoices come in for this work that's going to be done late this year and early into next year. This is a strategy that we often follow at times. We'll go to town meeting, we'll ask for approval to borrow, but when we find opportunities where we can come in and pay down that borrowing authorization and start lining up money into a fund so that we can pay as the invoices come in, similar to what might have been touched on earlier tonight with the Pilgrim Hall article. It's being presented to town meeting a year before the bills start to come in. That allows the committee to kind of look at how it wants to pay down that borrowing, so we avoid borrowing and save on the cost of borrowing. So it's a strategy the committee has pursued for many years, and here we are tonight with Article 9H, Stevens Field Borrowing Reduction Article.
Thank you. Any questions from any members of the committee, or the board, rather? Mr. Mahoney.
Mr. Chairman, is it appropriate now to get the quick update on the Stevens Field project from the town manager, or will you prefer that under old new business?
I would definitely prefer that under
Okay,
old
there you
new
go.
business. Any other questions from any members of the board? If no one else does, Bill? So recently, we put money, ARPA money, towards Stevens Field. That's town money that went into that. And I know when this article was being discussed some time ago, there was conversations about how CPC money is not supposed to be used to offset the operating budget of the town. And yet, the town is putting money in towards a CPC article with the ARPA fund. So I understand not wanting to borrow and pay with cash on hand, but in the discussion, when this cost overrun was there, and you're going to have an article related to Stevens Field, was there any consideration of upping your contribution, not just paying down borrowing, so that the ARPA funds wouldn't need to be paid towards that? Because the ARPA funds could go to a number of other things that the town needs. Could you respond to that?
Well, I think I can. I know in the year 2015, the CPA... Sorry, getting late. In the year 2015, the CPC put together an article at town meeting for $2 million. But we also, in the year 2022, the spring of 22, we went to town meeting and we made a recommendation for another additional $2 million to complete the Stevens Field. So we did up. We noticed what we had in 2015 didn't suffice. We went back in the year 2022 and we upped another $2 million. Now, that did not go out to bid until July of 23. So when we were putting money aside in 22, that was nearly almost 14, 15 months ago. So the time it took for town meeting to put the money in play and for the bid to go out, obviously we went through a pretty tough time in terms of inflation. The town's ability to get a bid out is critical in this economic climate to get the best estimates that we possibly can. The longer it takes us to get bids out, the costs go up. I think that the CPC recognizes the difficult time that we're in terms of getting bids out, but the CPC over a period of time has committed a great deal of funds to this. The time that, when the bids came in, the time had elapsed for the committee felt it was a cooperative gesture by the select board to offer some ARPA money to make sure that there was enough money to cover the estimates that were coming in for the construction on Stevens Field. So, the town stepped up to the plate with ARPA money. The CPC over a period of time has been committing a significant amount of funds to Stevens Field. We always like to see, the applicant participate in a manner which matches the CPC funds significantly. So this was just an example of the commitment that the town has for this project in partnering with the CPC to get the project done. But there's a lot of moving different parts to it, and that's one component of it.
Okay. Any other questions from any other members of the board? All right. Do I have a motion to recommend town meeting approve Article 9H?
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Blitzer has moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Helm has seconded. Any discussion from any members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Blitzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And Anthony, Mr. Quintel is still not on? Okay. If he comes back on, let me know, but otherwise I'll move forward. And I will vote no. So in a vote of 3 in favor and 1 opposed, we will recommend Article 9H to town meeting.
Thank you very
That brings
much.
us to Article 9I.
Oh, 9I, that's right. Sorry, one more article.
There is.
9I is a, Community Preservation Committee is recommending Article 9I, which is our final article of the evening. That's the administrative account that we set aside monies to handle the administrative activities of the CPC. It's an article that we put forth every year, and that is the recommendation of the committee. So if you have any questions on that article, please let me know.
Thank you. Any questions from any members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Mr. Mahoney has moved.
Second.
Mr. Helm has seconded. Any discussion about whether or not we should recommend town meeting approve Article 9I? Mr. Mahoney?
So we're rectifying, this article should have came forward in April, and what happened was we created, for the first time in 21 years, effectively a 120-day window where the committee is not legally allowed to spend money. So that has to be rectified, and this article should, for the following fiscal year, be on the docket in April of next year.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Blitzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And I vote yes. It is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Cohan, for your presentations this evening.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us into the next part of our agenda, everyone's favorite, public comment. Do we have any members of the public that wish to comment? We have Mr. Steve Lyden.
He's already spoken.
That was your fault.
Thank you, sir. Steve Lyden, I don't agree with Article 9H. The town's giving $1 million of their money. We're not only losing that money, but also the CPC money. The CPC money, the share that the county gives us, we're losing that too. So we're losing twice. They have a budget. They should pay for this out of their own budget. The second thing is, I'd like to make an announcement. It's a very sad one. That Mr. Paul Hapgood, he was a town meeting member for 23 years, passed away recently. And Paul was a great man and did a lot for this town. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyden. Appreciate that. Any other members of the public wish to give comment? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move into the next section, which is the town manager's report.
All right, I have 11 minutes.
You do.
Before we hit the 11 o'clock hour. So just a couple of quick updates. This past Saturday, the American Cruise Lines came in for its third and final pilot trip. According to our harbor master, everything went well. It was uneventful. We actually scaled back from having 5 escorts on the first trip down to, I believe this past trip was just 2 escorts. So that's something that we are going to have a meeting on next week. We'll meet with the harbor master, the chief of police, and lobstermen, amongst others, to review the 3 trips in hopes that we can develop a long-term agreement with the American Cruise Line. So we certainly will keep you posted because it's this board that has to approve that licensure. To Selectman Mahoney's earlier question about Stevens Field, I signed a contract today, so we've executed a contract. We've awarded the contract. We are expecting the mobilization to take place sometime in the next few weeks, hopefully breaking ground by the end of September. The community will see some work happening in the next week or two. Our DPW is going to go ahead and demo the 2 structures that are on that property within the next 2 weeks. That'll prep the site for the contractor to begin their work. Then the boat ramp project will begin just about 2 weeks. So as you can recall, was it last fall, last April, I forget. The town boat ramp project was approved. So we'll redo the boat ramp. There'll be floats that will be installed. There will be piles that will be installed, and they will reconstruct the walkway right in front of the lobster hut as well. So that's going to be a great project once that is done. I want to report only because it continues to be a problem for the town. We've had 2 more resignations from police department, so we have a total of 13 vacancies again with our PD. Last year, at this time, we had about a dozen vacancies. About 18 months ago, we had approximately 20 vacancies. So, as the chief would say, we take 1 step forward and 2 steps back. So, it's something that we will be discussing some long-term strategies on how to fill our ranks. And, one of those strategies potentially be looking at civil service as a way to overcome some of these hurdles. I wanted to also bring up that the communications oversight of the sheriff's, the county on the 911 dispatch center is completing its course. We have completed the police department's aspect of the oversight. We have a couple more months of having the fire department continue to provide a little bit more oversight as well. But everything is going extremely well with the movement of the 911 dispatch center from the PD over to the county sheriff's office. So we will continue to keep you posted on that. We're expecting hopefully some type of more public conversation about this with the media, hopefully by early October. Just as a reminder, the MBTA Communities second forum will take place next Monday, September 11th at 6:30 at North High. As I mentioned earlier, we had a great turnout at the first meeting, so we're expecting the same for the second meeting. And then I also want to recognize Mr. Jay Kimball from Wood Seafood. He offered a very low-cost lobster bake at the Cal last week. And this is, I believe, the second year in a row that Mr. Jay Kimball has done that. So we appreciate everything he does for the Cal and for the seniors, so it's important to recognize when our local businesses step up and support our seniors. I just wanted to bring up one last item. Last week, Mr. Blitzer, you brought to my attention some graffiti above Uva Wine Bar. So that structure above the wine bar, the graffiti will be removed tomorrow. The Community Development Division has engaged a local contractor who will go ahead and repaint that structure so that the graffiti is no longer in sight. So pending any questions, I think I'll end there for this evening.
Any questions for the town manager? Hearing and seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Brindisi. That brings us to Select Board Open Discussion. Anyone have any new business? Mr. Blitzer.
Actually, it's old business, and it's for the town manager, too. Derek, do you know how do you know how we're doing with the sidewalk sweeper or scrubber? I know the one that they tried out was a sweeper that didn't work well. They're looking for a scrubber. Any idea where that stands with that DPW?
No new progress on the sidewalk sweeper scrubber, as you pointed out.
Yeah, they tried it was a sweeper.
They did have something that they was just going to sweep the street. Yeah. But as you know, when you look at some of our sidewalks, they're embedded with grease and dog feces, and so we really need to find a piece of equipment that's going to scrub that, clean it, have some type of degreaser, and that's really what they're looking for. So more to come on that. And the other issue too is trying to find one that piece of equipment, but the piece of equipment that's small enough to navigate our sidewalks, which is the other challenge.
Yes. Well, I want to keep that alive. I don't want
Sure.
to forget about that, so, all right, thanks.
Any other new business, rather? Mr. Mahoney?
I will keep this brief, but I'm eliminating everything else I was bringing up, but I want to mention this one thing because it's that important. I was kind of horrified by the news that we heard out of Brockton over the last week with respect to not only a $14.4 million deficit, but not an FY '24 in their prior fiscal year of '23. So what's the statistical probability of something like that happening in Plymouth?
I would say the probability of that happening, you can never say never, but I would say it's probably as close as 0% as we possibly can be. We have probably one of the best finance directors in the state with Ms. Lynn Barrett, who heads up our finances, always having a watchful eye on our finances. We stole the former school business manager from the school department. This is the man sitting to my right, and is helping watch those finances. So, again, I think it's we can never say it can never happen, but I think with the stewards we have watching the nickels and dimes for the town of Plymouth and the residents, I'm fairly certain that it won't happen in my tenure.
Yeah, so I'll just leave it. I'm embarrassed by what occurred. I still can't wrap my arms around it, and I can tell you that those people in that community deserve better than that.
All right. Thank you. Any other new business? Any letters? Do we have any letters? Do we have any old business? If no one else does, I would like to commemorate. No, not yet. When I was on the Finance Committee, Paul and Helen Hapgood used to often be the only people that would come to our meetings. And it's unfortunate to hear of Mr. Hapgood's passing. His loss is, I'm sure, being felt by his family, but it's also a loss to our town government and certainly a loss to our community as a whole, and he will be missed. And our condolences to his family. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Mr. Bletzer has moved, Mr. Mahoney has seconded. Any objection? Seeing two of my colleagues already rising, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Bletzer?
Yes.
Mr. Helm?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. We are adjourned. Thank you.